free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome, friends, to a program that is really yours as much as it is ours, because you can get involved by calling in, by texting in, and by participating in the YouTube conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra sponsor the YouTube chat. Collier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines at 314-974-0101. And Air Comfort Service sponsor the text inbox 314-399-9646. And Doug, they're not happy. It's 6:43 and we weren't even on the air.
Oh, why?
Tim, Thursday's show was a train wreck. Friday's show was flawless. Do the listeners a favor and remove the chicken-eating, foot-rubbing Libby Jack from the show. I am sure either Larry Nickel or Mike Lee can fill in and do a better job. Do it now!
Stop it.
That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler. And Doug, they're not happy with Thursday's show on Monday's show.
Still bitter.
Block him, Doug. Block him.
For some days later.
We're not taking any Jackson abuse today.
Watch it, Gray Summit, Gray Goose Guzzler. Watch it. We're keeping an eye on you.
Oh, you're on a watch list now.
Yeah.
Not suspended.
Different than the suspension log?
I just put him on a watch
list. That's even creepier. Because then you don't know when they're watching.
Oh, well,
Doug,
Friday
send
show.
nudes. That's
What?
from Eric in the Central West End.
Again?
And again.
How many more?
Boy, they sit for it. Martin, they wait for us, and then as soon as they hear the great Jermaine Stewart, they then send the texts in, such as this one. Hot take. The Women's College World Series is probably the most exciting thing going on in sports right now. That's from the 970.
Okay.
Releasing a nude is a good way to get people talking about you again.
Just to put it out there and for anyone to see?
Chuck's very understated. It was takey, but he didn't make it sound too takey.
Where would you release a nude just so the whole public could see it? Where would you go to do that?
You're asking where?
I guess just
Like what
any social
format?
media account?
Anywhere will do.
Twitter?
Yeah, just get it out there.
Yeah. And just like, here I am. No other explanation?
Well, you have to like make it seem like someone else leaked it.
Oh, yeah.
But then you're like not upset by it, of
Okay.
course.
All right. And we need to do that just to get our names out there?
I don't think
That's
it was
the marketing plan?
I don't think it was a nude, but it was really creepy. Remember when Geraldo Rivera tweeted a picture of himself like
Topless?
in underwear or a towel flexing in the mirror? This is the guy who announced the bin Laden death on Fox News on a Sunday night. The world turns to their network news, and there was Geraldo on the air, and he went, "Yes, we got him."
Oh, we did.
That was just, the
I think Walter Cronkite did a lot of that, too.
The two Fox turned it over to the network that night, and it was Geraldo pumping his fist. Yes.
He
Carry
was a
on,
real
Tim.
piece of work. He's still around, too, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he works very much, but he's still around.
I'm in me undies.
And that's
what he
him
was
right
in.
there.
Yeah, that's what he was in. Well, I feel like we don't talk enough about Geraldo Rivera. And maybe we should come better prepared for the discussion.
Surprise? Yes.
Doug, do you see why you want to win series now? That's from Jake in St. Genevieve. Because the Cardinals lost the series to the Rangers, Jake would like you to acknowledge the importance of series wins.
No, there isn't really any importance at all to it. The important thing is they won one game and they lost two games. You'd like to win all your series, of course. You'd like to win all your games, of course. You're not going to.
Had they won the series, Doug, would have had a different feeling today. This show would have had more of a bounce.
No, no. Okay, do we have to go through this again?
No. Were people harassing you, Doug? It's now a thing.
At the Doda Martin, everybody came up to Doug and talked about series wins.
Yeah.
Do you regret this take?
No, it's an accurate take, and you know that it is. How about this? Final series of the season. You're down by 2 games to the Cubs. The winner of the divisions going to the playoffs, no wild card possibilities. You win the first 2 games of the series. Oh, now you're tied for first. 1 game to play. You lost the last game. You're out of the playoffs. But hey, you won the series. Means nothing. Nothing.
What about in the playoffs? Do you want to win the series?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the only
So now
series
the
that
rules
matter.
change. All right.
Postseason series, sure. Regular season series, it's just something to talk about. It's overanalyzing.
All right. Well, here come the Royals and here come the Dodgers. Are you ready for a big week of baseball in St. Louis?
I'm ready, and I'm hoping they get about 40,000 people for all these games.
Tough weather coming in.
Yeah.
All
the
week.
hell? The hell?
I looked at the weather app, and obviously the weather app
And we
is...
know the weather app is not to be trusted.
Yeah, but when it's nothing but the rain, little emoticon for like the remainder of the days they have in the forecast.
50% chance tomorrow. Then it drops down to 76 for a high. 90% chance of rain on Wednesday. 80% chance of storms on Thursday. 80% chance of rain on Friday. 45%, 50%, 40%. Doug, that's the...
Okay, we need a retractable roof. We need a retractable roof. If anyone in our audience has some engineering skills, put something together.
Yeah.
Quickly.
You know how many games that would save? Not have to sit out there when it's 100 degrees. Not have to be out there when it's cold, rainy.
You're right, but I'm so anti-retractable roof.
Why?
I just
So then
think
how can it be right if you're anti-retractable roof?
his
Bill?
logic is rock solid. But I think
Emotionally, you can't go
aesthetically,
there.
it looks so bad. I think it looks so bad.
I don't care what it looks
Look
like.
how
I just
beautiful
wanna
the
be
Rangers
comfortable.
ballpark is.
Awful.
But what, did it make you think of the Rams?
Yeah, that's the opposite of what you should do. If you have consultants in, and they're like, this reeks of 2014 dome, yellow lights, field on fire. You better run for the hills.
But there are some retractable roof stadiums that are very nice.
Name them.
The one in Seattle's pretty cool.
It looks like it has a giant like goiter on the side of it.
So what?
Goiter.
The aesthetics
Every game
matter.
starts on time. You never have a rainout. You
Again,
never have a delay.
logic
you never
is
have
correct.
a miserable weather day.
Yes.
Down there in Houston, that Enron's a delight.
Yeah, that's fine.
Miller Park, underrated.
Awful.
Are you talking about
Underrated. Underrated.
Awful. How are you
Breakup
supposed
of the alliance right here.
How are you supposed to play there in the after? I don't know how anybody sees a pitch coming in the afternoon.
Well, there's lighting issues, but the temperature is delightful. Sometimes the roof gets stuck. Other than that, it's been an engineering marvel.
To never have a game where you worry about, do I need a raincoat? Do I need a real coat? Is it going to be cold? Is it going to be too hot? We have to leave because it's too hot?
Some about bootstraps and picking yourself up by them. That's what I hear needed right now.
Piddles is right. Miller Park's a dump. Sharon, Clayton, Star, Real Housewives, TMA.
Disagree.
New
I
Alliance.
don't think it's a dump.
Were you calling it a dump, or you saying you have
I
an
think it
issue
looks
with the
bad.
lighting?
It looks bad. Yes. I never am like.
You've been inside there?
No.
Oh, you've never been there?
No. I'm. Yeah.
Oh my God!
So it looks bad on the outside shot looking at
So,
it? That's
all,
all
of
you
this
care about?
all of this is based on television optics?
Yeah. That's right.
Okay.
It just doesn't look good to me.
Favorite stadiums, Doug, that you've never been to, but you've seen on TV?
I've never been inside the new Yankee Stadium.
Feels kind of generic.
When they name all of the best ballparks in baseball, none of them have retractable roofs. None of them.
Well,
The top 10 would all be.
when you have lists like that, it gets down to nostalgia. Oh, I like Fenway and I like Wrigley, and
But
and
even the
that's
newer
great.
parks.
That's great. But I'm saying in a town like ours, it'd be where the weather is so volatile sometimes this time of year, so drastically hot and then cold and then rainy throughout April and May. It'd be really nice to have one. It's not going to happen, I know, here. The stadium's not built for a retractable roof to be added onto it, but the next time they build a stadium, I hope it has one.
Sharon 100% has a shared Facebook account with her husband. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
What's that supposed to mean exactly?
I don't know. The Veiled Prophet hosts a wonderful ball.
Is that a social media insult?
Sharon, call in. The number's 314-974-0101. You can also text into the program, 314-399-9646. And then Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. Online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team. Anytime you're dealing with HVAC issues, deal with the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Seth Goldcamp is a friend of the feather. Longest-running sponsor on TMA. No upselling. Going to get the problem taken care of, and off they go. That's what they do at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Fourth generation. DesignAirService.com. Sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio won the month of May, and this afternoon we will enter the Papal Conclave and vote on the Listener of the Month for the month of May. Jackson, this is when you formulate the list of nominees.
Yep. I usually get to that list to about 5, and I send it out to you fellas. Quick little papal conclave. Well, there's a lot of discussion, dissension, and then the winner comes out.
And then a day or two later, I say, oh, crap, did I ever respond to that?
Luckily, so far in your tenure, we've always had a quorum by the time voting ended. You know, I never had that issue, but yeah, it takes all of 6 seconds to complete.
That's fair.
The Bridgeton landfill fume huffer, to answer your question, Doug, the shared Facebook account is usually assigned someone committed infidelity, so their significant other no longer trusts them with social media. That's from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer.
And they're claiming Sharon and Clayton has that?
I believe the Veiled Prophet said that, and the Veiled Prophet is the host of a wonderful ball that we all attend and wear tails.
It's important to note that the views of the texters don't necessarily reflect the views of this show.
No. In fact, almost 100% they do not.
Thank you.
Prophet, you couldn't be more wrong. Hubs gets mad when I crop him out of pics I want to use for my own accounts. Some Sharon and Clayton. So that's her response to Veiled Prophet saying she has a shared Facebook account. So, Doug,
Just how big exactly is this tank that Big Del Vecchio has?
I think he
like 5
himself
gallons
is
or
more of a
something?
tank.
he's the tank.
Tim. Okay. I thought maybe he had a tank full of something.
Martin, here's a view that does support the program. Hi, guys. Just wanted to say congratulations on a much improved broadcast Friday. What a comeback. Well done. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. What a great comeback for this show on Friday. Jackson, do you feel like that's potentially passive-aggressive?
Yes. Potentially seems like didn't even need to be in the sentence. Definitively passive-aggressive, but it doesn't matter. The show it went up on YouTube. Everything went great, and that's all I care about. I don't need credit. I don't need, I'll take blame. How about that? So
if you weren't there on Thursday, you think the show would have been seamless?
Yes, but not. It's a long story.
Well, you didn't do anything wrong on Thursday. Doty even said, oops, I hit the wrong button. That's not your fault.
Well.
But you're willing to eat it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going to wear this.
In a way, like, I think it actually would have gone by better on Thursday had I not been there, but it's a long story. But I'm glad everything worked out on Friday. It looked like you guys had a great time.
Yeah, the Iggs was there.
I saw that. That was awesome.
Yeah, what about Iggy?
I love to see it. I fired up YouTube in my bed that morning when I saw that Iggy was on the program.
You were still in bed and didn't show up?
Oh, yeah, Iggy was on like at 9:15.
That's about when I woke up.
Wow. Did you have a little pony the night before? Huh?
That's right.
That's right.
Oh, where'd you have your libations? Huh?
Rehearsal dinners on the hill, and then hit a bar after that.
What cocktail lounge? What speakeasy?
It's a sentimental place. Stan's bar, on the south side.
Oh,
that caddy who was unhappy with Plowhawks club selection?
Plowhawk tried hitting the 310-yard three with the thick Bell Reeve rough, and this caddy did not think he had the game for it. And he was right.
He had his hand leaning on the cart. He said, "You got to hit a wedge out of here." Plowhawk grabbed a 3-wood in the thick rough, and then he was smoking a cigarette. He's put his head down. A defeated caddy because he knew he was in for a long afternoon with the players.
I think
his name, of course, Stan, and he occasionally texts in Stan the caddy.
Stan the caddy.
How far did he hit that 3-wood out of the rough?
About 2-3 yards.
I think he got up 6 feet off the ground, maybe, and then stumbled into the woods on the left. It didn't have much velocity on it.
Stan's bar was part of the McKernan Day on Saturday. I was at the Mac. And there were reported sightings. They'd say, Iggy was just here. Rich Gould's inside. I kept all these sightings. So I walk inside. Uncle Rich is sitting there. And people are walking by. Holding court. And people are like, hey, Rich. Hey, Rich Gould. He's like, did I tell you I wrote a book? Every person that walked by.
He was talking about there's a snake down there?
He pulled out his phone.
He's got a fun book, too.
It's rgobooks.com. And he said, now let me tell you something. I want to come on TV with you, but I'm not really watching sports. And I said, as opposed to...
Yeah, right.
And then Chairman Steve was inside at the MAC.
2023 Listener of the Year.
2 days in a row that I saw Chairman Steve. And then another fan of the show just stopped. It was a celebration, as Brian would want, like total South City Hoosierdom. And a guy said, Martin, think Licks is here? Which was a great nod to the zip code shaming that goes on the show.
You do not think Mr. Licks made his way down to Devonshire, Nottingham, Mackland?
I'm going to say no. Don't think so. Great turnout, a lot of fun. Saw a ton of folks. Cal Kennedy.
Of course. I saw the picture he sent. He had the South City Dream shirt on.
South City Dream shirt, and he said, if you want some banners, let me know. Doug, he is, what is he, like the...
John Wooden.
He's the John Wooden of St.
He's got a banner printing business in his basement, too, apparently.
Then I say, I need banker. He goes, hey, Fungo's looking for you.
He wants to hold you accountable.
What a collection.
Are we going to talk about this AI fella on the fan page? That's from Mahi Mahi. Doug, you wanted to talk about the AI fella on the fan page.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sam Page.
Sam Page or fan page?
It's like Deke Totem.
So who's the AI fella?
Jackson, you are the moderator. You do a wonderful job. You've created a bot to interact with people on the fan page.
Oh,
this is the TMA fan page on Facebook. I think there are 900 people in the queue wanting to join the program.
I had an outstanding weekend. You'll be surprised to hear that none of that included looking at the fan page. So
is that
crazy.
possible?
I know.
I don't think it is, really.
Not mutually exclusive. So I don't know anything about this.
I think I might be able to help out.
Yeah,
on
please.
If you could. Yeah.
So recently, it seems like there is an AI-generated account called FanPal.
FanPal?
Yeah, and it seems like on Thursday of each week, it kind of aggregates all of the hot topics discussed on the fan page throughout the week and kind of
recaps them?
gives a little rundown. And then also I noticed this weekend that it just kind of gets some discussion going with topics like, what advice would you give for breaking 90 in golf consistently? And who's the most entertaining sports commentator you've ever listened to? That's
nice.
FanPal.
Wow.
And why is it Dan Orlovsky?
Is that the future of the fan page? We just let this AI bot run it.
Still better than Kevin Miller.
Yeah. That was grammar issue.
Jackson, isn't this the opening of name change season?
Oh, Martin Kilcoyne, everybody.
No.
You don't like
Teacher, he
this.
forgot to collect the homework. That was that kind of vibe right
Were you
there.
just
This
hoping they
alliance is
wouldn't
breaking up.
You were just hoping they wouldn't notice that it's June 2nd.
Yeah, for what, the next 5 days, you will be changing names for those who want. Well, not changing names per se, but if you do not have, like I see a 217, if Minneapolis doesn't need a dome, nobody does. Team Jackson, that's from Illini, Greg, and Green Bay. But when I'm looking through the Air Comfort Service text inbox, he just shows up as 217.
I'll change that, especially after that.
So all you have to say is I'm Team Jackson and you get your name changed?
Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt. Illini, Greg, and Green Bay.
Maybe if Elon buys the Cardinals, we will get that fancy roof. Until then, not happen, and that's from the 573. But that's just 573. See, now 573 can text in and say, I'm Team Jackson, and I want this name, and then Jackson goes in and updates it. That's what he does, but only the first week of the month, Doug.
Yes. Okay. And you don't have to say you're Team Jackson. Although,
Seems like it's going to help.
doesn't hurt. Just doesn't hurt. Yeah, but I'll be on there until the end of the week. I'll go till the end. I'll go till Friday at 11, baby.
And this is really important to people.
I think it's nice to have people. I think if you have a name saved, you feel more a part of the conversation.
Okay.
And we want that for people.
I met some folks at the Dotem who said, yeah, I texted in, but you guys don't read my text. I said, I have to be honest. There's a lot of text there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. We get to as much as we can. Great time. Great to meet all the listeners. Tim, I really enjoyed.
Yeah, what did you think? I mean, that was your first time to really meet the listeners since we've, Doug, what are we celebrating, our 7th, 8th month on this station?
It seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful people, great turnout, nice weather on Friday.
Glorious weather on Friday for the Dotem.
Great time at Oak Valley. Who were the champions? I mean, other than Tim being the best golfer, who
I think Cletus's team won both days.
did they?
Definitely didn't win the first day.
Oh, they didn't? They did win the
Other
second.
than that.
They won with minus 11 on Friday.
Conditions a little tougher. Doug, you were observing the hawk was up, and because rain on Thursday, the ball wasn't going to roll as much, and really shot making became more important than distance on Friday as you walked the course. You noticed the pin positions inviting shot makers.
I didn't walk the course. I never walk a course. I'm never going to walk a course. Not sure I ever have walked a course. I've played 9 holes walking around. I will never play 18 holes walking. Probably never walk a regulation course again in my life. But you're right. I walked the course, and it looked like it was a shot maker's course. What course isn't a shot maker's course? What course is it where you don't have to make any good shots and you still score well?
With us, a second shot golf course.
I don't like that either. Second, we're overanalyzing things.
Please make my name Pink Pony Duck. That's from the 314. Is that a Chapel Roan shout out?
Yeah, and you know what? That's just going to, you bet.
Just like that. I mean, it's happened. I'm watching in the text inbox, these names change and characters having life breathed into them by our creator, Jackson Burkett, fresh off of Private Citizen Pete's wedding.
Yeah, our creator. I like that. Yeah, here we are, refreshed and ready to rock.
Was it a pony? What was the wedding on Friday?
Oh, yeah. Big pony.
Wow.
Yeah, really. I'm a big wedding guy. I love weddings.
That's what you say when you're 27 on your second wedding.
What has to happen for a wedding to go pony?
Sapphos?
That would be, I guess, the ultimate. But just a good time, good vibes, great weather. Boy, howdy. Friday was lovely.
So the wedding was on Friday. Thursday was the pony.
Thursday, just a little rehearsal dinner kind of thing. Just hanging out, having fun. Really
Sounds
enjoyed
like
it.
Thursday went well, Martin.
Oh, it was just fun.
Do your friends all listen to the show?
Good amount.
Are they concerned about you taking so much grief?
No, they know the game.
They know the game, Tim.
I didn't know Martin was a tall drink of water. Papa, That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
Oh, gosh, the mud muffler's hot on you, Martin.
Boy, now I wish we'd done the name tags to identify these fellows.
How tall a drink of water are you?
Right about 6'3".
Are you?
I think that Carson's going to get me.
Yeah, Carson.
He's 14. He's getting close.
What is he? Is he 6 feet now? Everybody seems to be 6'5" to me.
He's a little under 6. But I think he looks like he's about head towards 6'4"-ish, 6'5", maybe.
Crap.
God, he loves that golf, too. He's hitting buckets every day.
Is that right?
Yes.
Let's get out there and get some work in.
Yeah, he needs to get some work in.
Oh, is that right? You're not pleased with this?
He enjoys the game, but he needs some work, to be fair.
Well, that's about all of us, really.
Mr. Licks had to work his 9 to 5 at the Waffle House this week, and that's why he wasn't there. That's from the Springfield Mud Tosser. Is that where he is now?
I imagine it's 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. would be his shift.
Overnight shift.
The overnight shift at Waffle House.
Licks, you're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. And you can text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, you have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where John Scores is talking to Iggy, who is talking to the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer, who's talking to Jake and St. Genevieve, who's talking to DJ Patty Cakes. They're all in there talking. YouTube.com/TMASTL. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Rangers Stadium. Doug, even though the Cardinals had a wonderful month of May, why they're still 4 back of those Chicago Cubs. And here come the Brewers rattling off 7 of their own.
Yeah, got to worry about the Brewers now. Well, the Cardinals got fat on some weak competition, then the Cubs just went through that too.
Cubs had a tough schedule in April, though. You doff your cap for that performance.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to catch the Cubs.
Tons of interleague. Isn't it unbelievable? I know they got the new schedule, but Twins, Angels, Red Sox, Astros, Royals, Tigers, Orioles, Rangers, Royals again, and then Blue Jays next week. It's a whole hell of a lot of American League ball.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. It just shocks me how heavily the schedule has been against American League teams. 19-8, though, in the month of May. Here they come. And some series wins. Jackson standings, Doug, it says series wins, a.k.a. real record.
Good for you, Jackson.
But then in 7-3, it said, should games broadcast on Roku count in the standings? I kind of like that.
My brother said. Brother said, don't worry about
those should
this
just
one.
be viewed as exhibitions. Grapefruit League.
Yeah, if you're broadcasting on Roku, therefore it should go into a different little category, a little asterisk by it. Although I have Roku, and it was quite easy for me to access the game.
If you didn't have Roku, how did you access the game?
I would love to see what people have to say, text line or call in or YouTube chat, probably Michelob Ultra, how they watch the game if they didn't have Roku. I have a Roku stick. It was like $30, $40 that I use, but I wonder how folks who don't have that use it.
I have one Roku TV where it pops up. The others are not Roku, so I couldn't really watch it.
Well, what about on the TV with the Roku?
I didn't want to watch that one.
Because it's in the pantry?
No.
Pantry TV.
No.
Kitchen television?
It's in a back room.
Laundry room?
I bring it outside every now and then. We're on the patio. And
Yeah.
Kind of a roving TV.
Sure.
I got a bunch of people texting in here wanting their names changed, Jackson. How many are you converting?
I'm doing my best. I will say the names are better than sometimes when they get requested. Sometimes names get requested, or I'm like, this is weak.
How about, all right, see what you think about this one. Good morning, TMA. I am a newer listener, an old school 101 guy, and I will say the show is growing on me. I often listen in the car and can't always text in to join the fun. However, I would like a name added and not just be, quote, the 618. I do hope my following selection is available. That's from the puddle under Piddle's cuck chair.
Don't need it.
No, that works.
No, you don't have to accept that.
That works.
It does work.
Sure. The puddle
That is now going into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Lots of new names here. Jackson will do it this week, and then you're going to have to wait until July to get your name in there if you do not have a name in the Air Comfort Service text.
I have to say, that's a little risque for an old school 101 listener.
Yeah, but
Because the old school 101 listener would be more likely, call me Uncle Charlie's basketball.
Yeah.
And like, oh, gotcha.
right.
This one seemed a little naughtier.
Yeah, but it's that puddle could be anything. When was the last time you guys had a glass of Sunny Delight? It could be some Sunny
Did
Delight.
you call it Sunny D, Doug, when you'd say, walk in, Ma, give me a Sunny D?
I've never said that.
I think it might have the most sugar per volume of any drink. If you have Sunny Delight, you might go blind for
Isn't that what they call an Arnold Palmer?
Really?
It has so much.
look that up.
But that and Hawaiian Punch, you almost need to be of legal drinking age to have some of that.
What about
that'll put some hair on your
Kool-Aid?
chest.
Kool-Aid, Martin. Remember making Kool-Aid as a tyke?
Customized.
And you could decide
Right.
how much sugar went in there.
Right.
Oh,
But for in terms of a out of the factory Sunny Delight will instantly just rock your world. It's delicious, but boy,
There used to be TV commercials for sugar. They'd show people in the sugar canes in Hawaii.
Pure cane sugar. That's the one, CNH.
Pure cane sugar from Hawaii, growing in the sun, and people were just eating these sugar canes.
Doug, did they go blind?
I'm sure they did. We didn't think anything of it. Oh, yeah, the more sugar, the better.
yeah.
It was advertised as being something really good for you.
Doug, did you grow up on Tang, the orange drink?
Yeah.
Was that a just cheaper version of orange juice, I guess?
I think that was invented for the astronauts.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's indeed.
Powdered orange drink.
Mr. Licks has not called in, but he has issued a statement in the Air Comfort Service text line. Could possibly be the easiest task of any job. Just typing in about 10 to 15 characters, and yet he acts like he has to move heaven and earth to do it. Audio on Friday's remote was pretty flawless, by the way. I'm just saying. Thanks. That's Mr. Licks.
Gosh.
Okay, noted. If I'm making it seem like this is some impossible task that I'm undertaking, I apologize. It is quite easy. However, I would not say it is my only task day to day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
Trying to balance the program.
All right.
Martin, you were speaking of the older school 101 ESPN listener, and this weekend was my son's school picnic. Of course, St. Gabriel's used to be on the second weekend in June, and I am leading a brigade to try to get it back to the second weekend in June. But this is where my son goes to school picnic, and a friend of mine, Matt Poling, who you call things a Matt Poling vehicle. He's with City SC.
Whenever I mentioned Energizer Park, because he closed the deal.
He did.
So he said he was at his kid's little league, and some goes, yeah, Martin always says it's a polling vehicle. And there's a little confusion as to what that means.
So Poling, who is my roommate in college, and of course we're both in Hoke Sigma Winkes from 500 South College Avenue in Columbia, Missouri. Is that 65201?
I don't know your address.
Are they banned from campus right now, Doug? It's always confusing.
I think they're back.
Yeah. It's like leap years every 4 years or so. So Poling and I are enjoying a libation, and he says, oh, you've got to meet this lady. She hates you. I said, that's perfect.
Let's start.
He said she's an older school 101 listener and just does not like you or the show. I said, well, if she would like to have a conversation, well, I'd like to sit down and talk about how I'm just a meat and potatoes guy from South St. Louis, just lucky to be working here with the best fans in sports.
Doug, you notice how he started that with why? Well,
I like that.
Very folksy.
old school.
Is that folksy?
Oh, it's so folksy.
And we wound up having a wonderful conversation for about an hour, and she says, you guys just don't talk sports enough. And I said, I understand where you're coming from and why I respect it. However, the program has been on for a couple of decades, and what I would tell you is, if there isn't a topic that really is capturing the audience's imagination, why? We're not going to...
I do like why. I really do.
When you start a sentence.
I had old aunts and uncles who used to tell stories like that. Why, this old boy's out in the field, a snake curled around his boots. Love these
I should have
stories.
used that. So we're not going to force it. You know, the program hasn't been built on breaking down Jacob deGrom's, pitch selection. It's just not what we do.
No.
But if there is something that has the market fascinated, we'll be all over it. And I felt like we reached common ground, and the common ground was, she says, when Pestis is on hold and we go to him, she turns off the station and then sets an alarm to come back in 60 seconds to see if he's still there.
Give him his due.
Well, if you want to drive her away, Pestis is on hold.
Oh, he's
on
on
hold.
And I told her, I said, he's omnipresent, but we don't go to him, but I'd say once a week.
But he's old school 101, so I would think that would be a bonding type call. That surprises me. That's kind of a twist.
Why, I think we should go to him now.
Why, I almost stopped in Festus on the way down to the golf
Is
tournament.
that right?
Yeah, just to see him.
How great was that golf course, by the way?
Big fan.
Yeah,
Big
it was
fan.
really great.
The seclusion, layout was gorgeous. Yeah, really cool.
I enjoy the layout. They got a good thing. Oak Valley is where we hosted the Dotem, and I know that they were really easy to work with. Jesse Kiowski was raving about the people there. It was a great time. I couldn't have enjoyed it more playing on Thursday, and had to leave after about 1 o'clock on Friday for a match of my own, Doug, and thank you for following me throughout the play.
I was on the pay-per-view this weekend, wasn't
I was on pay-per-view. I was on Roku as well. But it was beautiful conditions. Got a chance to hang out with Iggy and Martin at the Pondoffs Anonymous Recovery Podcast Long Drive Hole on number 11 and talk it over. Yeah, it was perfect. Really a big fan. Oak Valley, tip of the cap. All right, Pestis from Festus is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Pestis.
How are we doing today?
Oh, we're doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Glad to hear you had a great tournament and everything on Thursday and Friday. A little rough on Thursday, but you made it through it.
Yeah, it wasn't
thank
too
you.
bad.
Thanks for your support.
Little drizzle there late afternoon, but it went fine.
I think he meant the broadcast, but that's
Oh, doggone it.
Well, both of them, you made it through it.
Yeah.
I was going to stop off and I was going to bring you down to the tourney. Okay, go ahead. I'll set my alarm.
I got a question for Jackson.
Jackson, you taking questions?
I am.
Okay, Jackson.
Yeah.
With the NBA switching out of TNT and going to ESPN, how much of an effect do you think that will have to get more audience and everything?
I think there are some benefits. There's obviously some negatives after being on TNT for so long. Luckily, if you're a fan of the Inside the NBA, TNT is still independently producing that program with Shaq, Chuck, Kenny, and EJ. So that show will still continue. It'll just be broadcast on ESPN, but it'll still kind of look the same, which is going to be interesting but cool. But yeah, I mean, ESPN is worldwide leader in sports, so I think it's,
Okay.
It's a good move.
Bill Simmons thinks they're going to ruin that show. Did you see that?
Yeah, but you have to remember his history with ESPN,
Nicely done. I think it's always important.
Yeah.
He said it has to do with the commercial breaks, interestingly enough.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Okay. Speaking of commercial breaks, how many of you gentlemen watched Roku's coverage of the St. Louis Cardinals game on the weekend?
Doug found it.
I
a little bit of it.
I missed it, I'm sorry to say.
I'm going to tell you right now, that was the worst broadcast of a game that I have ever heard. And I'm not talking the actual broadcast of the game. I'm talking the commercials.
What happened?
Oh, man. I was watching them on Major League Baseball Extra Innings, and Roku was the coverage on it. And I'm going to tell you right now, every commercial on there was 5 minutes long, the same damn junk over and over, nothing but noise, no words, nothing.
Now, I have to ask Pestis because it's my duty. Now, you are legally blind, correct?
Yes,
But were you talking about the audio only of this presentation?
just the audio.
Just the audio, okay.
It stunk.
Well, I'm not sure there's anything we can do about that.
Now, I know there's nothing you can do about it, but please, don't put another game on Roku.
Doug, if you could,
Okay.
keep the games off Roku.
I'd like him off Roku, too. I didn't get to watch it all. I was power washing the back wall in the backyard. Good times. Fun times.
Don't you have any kids?
Yeah, but they're up and out.
They're up and out.
Yeah.
Call them over for a weekend and put them to house cleaning duty.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess I should have.
Yeah, Greg Vaughn was in from Tampa.
Yeah,
Should have been over there cleaning the house.
He was already gone yesterday, yeah.
Yep.
The Cardinals will be back on Roku on June the 29th when they take on the Cubs.
Oh, Cubs game,
That's all
too.
right. They'll be back on. That game is here, right?
No, that game is in Chicago. That might be Cleveland.
Chicago and Cleveland.
Well, these C's.
It's either an American League
It's
opponent
Cleveland.
or a nationally
It's the
central
Guardians.
long-time
I
rival.
was thinking the Cardinals are up in Chicago over the 4th of July, so that's a long series.
No. It's Cleveland.
The old 7-gamer.
Well, I thought the Guardians were going with that weird-looking G. And
So the issue is you don't know franchises' logos.
well, this Cleveland C is new to me. The hell is this thing? Sorry, Festus. They will be back.
We don't know.
Festus.
That's the Guardians.
Did you call him Festus?
Festus. They're playing the Guardians. Cleveland, Chicago.
So where do you want your
Who cares?
Cardinal games?
They
You want
both suck.
what?
It's an 11:05 start at sea.
Let's see.
At Cleveland,
Yes.
11:05. That's a Sunday game.
Yeah, all the Roku games are on Sundays.
Nice.
It was the
Thank God I
Peacock
still
package.
got. Thank God I still got 11:20.
We don't acknowledge other stations on this show.
Right.
Were you excited to know, Pestis, we were in Jeffco. We were down there off exit 180, the Peevely exit. We had a wonderful time in your Jefferson County.
Yes, I heard that, and I apologize for not being there. The first Thursday, once I heard you were having mix-ups and everything with the mics and everything,
Yeah.
I said it would be better for me to stay away because I don't want to take any time away from them for anything that they can't cover.
Gotcha.
And then on Friday, my wife had appointments with her family. Wednesday of that week was her birthday, and she was spending Friday with her family.
Okay.
Like there's a rundown of the itinerary from this past week.
I like when you have appointments with your family. I like that.
Well, my family comes number one.
For sure.
Who else there is? My family is number one.
Look at that, Doug. How about that?
Why my family comes number one.
There you go. I might have to incorporate.
What's it for? I'd say about 2. I don't know. My comfort and leisure is first, and the family is second.
I thought that's the way that it is for everybody. Thank you, Pestis.
Thank you, gentlemen. You have a great week.
You too.
All right,
There it
thank
is.
you.
Pestis from Festus, Doug, our January 2025 listener of the year, our listener of the month. James Carlton, longtime sponsor here on TMA. CarltonInsurance.net with 426 5-star reviews when you Google him. Here is an anecdote. My husband and I have been clients with James Carlton for over 10 years. We have had only professional and positive experiences with James and the team at the office. Stephanie, Barbara, and Catherine are the agents we usually communicate with when we have questions about our policies or a claim. These team members are very knowledgeable in answering our questions. They promptly return our phone calls if we leave a message, and that's seldom because usually somebody is picking up the call live. They will initiate a follow-up call if needed to ensure that all of our questions have been answered to our satisfaction. I definitely appreciate the fact that when my husband or I call the office, an actual person will pick up the telephone, answer our questions, or give a message to the person we need to speak with. The number is 314-961-4800, or go online at CarltonInsurance.net. That's James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Doug, on the other side of it in the YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, they're not happy with the lady who was very kind and, like I said, had a wonderful conversation. Anytime somebody is willing to insult me to my face, why I support them. But I don't know the years. Tim says, let's see. This show's content used to be what's the definition of a cuck, and now it's 3 hours of blues talk and 1 hour of light ass grabbery. 3 hours of blues talk, Martin?
At times. Not this time of year. Can you give me an age range on the woman? Is that fair to ask? I just kind of like to get a feel here.
50s.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was thinking like 80. Gosh, okay. 50s. All right. Well, that's fair. Probably a sports fan, enjoys her sports, just wants a little more meat on the bone.
Right in her prime Karen years.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Bo! Look at Jackson. He's turned away from the camera.
Because he's laughing.
Well, truth can be funny.
Okay. I honestly was picturing like a Dorothy Light situation.
Dot
light.
Writing into the sound off.
That's correct. No.
Okay.
No.
Well, fair enough. We will take all complaints.
Yeah.
In fact, that was my Dotem plan. I was going to have name tags, and then I was going to have a little station where people could file formal complaints, Doug, about the show.
Oh, okay. Be a lot of those.
Tim is more important to me than my family. That's from Daddy Be Cooking.
Gosh.
Girls are icky. That's from the Total Package.
Just came out of left field, that one? Just discovered that?
Well, I think because we had a female who didn't care for the show. They're saying, don't need them. And if you were at the Dotem Thursday or Friday, you would say, yeah, maybe we don't need the girls. Yeah. Look at all the boys.
Doug, it was just a bunch of men gathered together in the woods of Jefferson County.
Sausage festival.
Yeah.
I'm Team Jackson. Please add my name to the texting. Jackson, are you going to do that?
Please add my name to the texting. Well, yeah, let me take a look at what you're requesting. This isn't telepathy. I need something written down.
I told the lady, I said, why don't you call in and we can have the same conversation? And her husband was standing there and he goes, no, don't get involved.
Don't get involved.
And I said, honestly, it's probably good counsel because as I gather, he listens and he knows that if you call in, why?
It's just not going to go well.
It just doesn't go well.
It's like Jackson knows at 7:00 when he flips on the mics, it's not going to go well. You just know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, but as we saw today at 6:43, somebody was holding him accountable for Thursday's broadcast at 6:43 on Monday.
That's the problem, is the people who have preheated some of their vitriol.
I want to tell you why Jackson's a delight. As I scan the dossier, he's found a story. We'll discuss it later. But it's describing every MLB team with one sentence. This is a Bleacher Report, and I really enjoy this.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you.
One sentence to describe every MLB team.
And right above that in the Stiefel dossier, the column I read this weekend and why Jackson had it ready to go for us, ranking MLB's 25 best games of the 2000s, Doug. And, of course, that will provide you with an what?
The best games
There hasn't been
in the
that
last
many.
25 years?
Right.
I can think of one, maybe.
Well, you're going to get to rank them.
Oh,
so that's
I got to come up with 25?
but you got to get them in the proper order.
Oh.
That's the core issue. So that is coming up on the Stiefel dossier as well. Brad Thompson is going to join us at approximately 9:30. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brand new month. So if you're sitting there going, I can't compete with Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio, he's got too big of a lead. No problem. Now it's a brand new month, and you can compete with anybody because everybody's got 0 wins as we sit here on our first business day of the month of June. The morning after at InsideSTL. You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? This just shows what a card I am.
Okay.
Why?
Why I'm gonna Venmo or PayPal or
Cash App, Zelle.
$50 to the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day today.
Wow.
I want to bring in new emailers. I want to incentivize people. I don't expect people to do things just for the hell of it. You want a prize? Fine. $50 from me. A very active Venmo, Doug. It's going to you by winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Coming up, Doug is going to rank the top 25 baseball games since the year 2000.
Oh, come on.
See if you can match up with the Athletics ranking of the top 25 baseball games.
Goodness.
Since the year 2000, that is coming up. How many times the Cardinals pop up? They're on there a good amount. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update that's driven to you by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose yesterday, the Texas Rangers, and, well, they lose the series. Off today, back in action tomorrow as they will be taking on... Oh, boy, Jackson, yeah, pull this stuff up before. The Royals, of course, they're playing the Royals. That's a 6:45 first pitch, Kurt. And that's, of course, going to be Andre Palante on the mound for your Redbirds. That's tomorrow at 6:45. I knew that, all right? That was the SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
I don't know the years, Tim says in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Why do traditional 101 listeners hate terrible AI Cardinal return songs, Jackson?
This is not AI. This is human craftsmanship. And I would say fine craftsmanship at that.
Really?
Jake Reynolds says, I'm a bit behind, but TMA talks way too much sports.
Matter of perspective, I guess.
There only seems to be one consensus, and that everybody hates everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, God. All right, text in 314-399-9646.
Your hate.
Yeah, that's fine. Call it in, too. 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Brad Thompson going to be joining the program. That's on the Stiefel dossier, but also on the Stiefel dossier. Doug wanted to do this, Martin, so here we go. Ranking MLB's 25 best games of the 2000s.
I like this.
It is a column from this weekend in The Athletic. Would you like to start with number 25? Would you like to
I can get number one.
You can get number one.
Game 6, 2011 World Series.
No, I'm sorry.
Ah, son of a sack ass. What else could it possibly be?
Well, I mean, what were you going to put number 2? So then just move that. That's all you got to do.
Trying to think of Game 7s.
You better think of Yankees or Red Sox because, of course, every list.
Have you seen the list, Martin?
I have not.
All right, Doug. This is your time.
Aaron Boone's home run?
No.
No, that didn't make it. Red Sox beat the Yankees in Game 7 when they were down 3-0 and came back in the ALs. You're shaking your head.
Maybe
that wasn't really a good game. It was kind of a blowout.
Game. Doug, we need a specific game, like maybe the Dave Roberts game.
For heaven's sake. Can we have some clues, please?
Long time ago.
That's the clue. So 2000.
Diamondbacks walk-off World Series win.
That's it, Martin.
Is that number 1?
That's number 1.
Wow.
Martin just dunked on you.
Tony Womack?
Luis Gonzalez. Tony Womack did it to the Cardinals.
That's right. Future Cardinal.
All right, Doug, number 2.
I'm not going to get any of these.
Okay, is Freeze in the top 5?
Yes.
Okay.
That's got to be number 2.
No.
Son of a...
So it's either 3, 4, or 5, Doug.
No.
Let's see.
Gosh, there's going to be a lot of dead air.
There was the Jeter game. Remember he flipped it to home. That was against the A's, maybe.
Yeah.
But
Well, that was in the 90s?
If you have something else to do at home, now would be a pretty good time to do it.
Tigers, remember there was a didn't the Tigers...
People are listening on their transistor radios.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't the Tigers walk off an ALCS with a...
They might have, but it's not ranked number 2.
Because they're in Detroit, doesn't count.
In 06, yeah. Maglio Ordonez hit one over the Athletics. That was like in Game 4.
That's right. It was a sweep.
No.
Cubs Game 6?
No.
World Series? No? Kind of like that play.
Yes.
Well, this will take the whole show.
God, it really will.
3-4
Well, Doug,
hours.
It'll take weeks.
Have you read it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. And this one gets heralded, and maybe I think in St. Louis we might have a different opinion on it. I don't think of this game often when I think of the best games, but
So it's the 2016 World Series Game 7.
Yeah.
Now, here's what I would tell you about this. I think if it were the Cincinnati Reds coming back to beat the Cleveland Indians in 2016, that it is not ranked second. But because it was the Cubs winning their first World Series in so many years, it's getting a boost. It's a great baseball game, no question about it. And I realize I'm sitting here talking about this in St. Louis, But I would like to think, especially since the audience knows, despite them clamoring for it, I'm not running for office, even though I'm a meat and potatoes folksy guy, that I don't know how you could put anything other than Game 6 of the 2011 World Series as number one. And I don't care if it's the Yankees and Diamondbacks from 2001 or the Cubs and Indians from 2016. When you have what transpired in the 2011 Game 6 World Series, I don't know how you could possibly get better than that. So,
no, well, you can't.
And
that's
that was
why I had it at number one.
For
so Freeze is 3.
That's number 3.
The Cubs Game 7 World Series is 2.
But do you agree that if it were take your pick of almost any other baseball team, it's not going there?
Just as a game.
Right, as a game. That's what I'm
They obviously are factoring in the Cubs.
Yeah,
ending
I mean, in the article, they say, like, it's hard to say where this game would have ranked if we stripped away some of its context.
Right.
But yet, that's what the whole column is about.
This column strips away all context except for number 2.
It's hard to say where it ranked as if they're not ranking it themselves.
Right. Is the Edmonds home run on the top 25? A walk-off CS?
After you get through the top 3, which I think many people, and again, this is since 2000, then you start getting into some that I have to be honest, I guess I kind of remember. Number 4, 2017 World Series, Astros-Dodgers, 13-12. Does that ring a bell for anybody?
Not
for
really.
me, no.
A lot of home runs. I think the
That's probably
Molina
power
homer, the
washing.
Game 7 at Shea's got to be.
That was a classic baseball
one of the best
game.
games I've ever been to. That's got to be on that list.
The Cardinals do reappear, but some will be. When I saw it, I was like, oh, I was there. I was actually right behind home plate when it happened. I don't even think I would have put it there. 2003, Martin, you made reference to the Aaron Boone game, and that was the Yankees and Red Sox Game 7. That's number 5 for the record. All right, so there you go. Gabe DeArmond talks about this game quite a bit. Gabe is a Kansas Cityan.
Wild card, right?
And that's the A's and Royals wild card game. That was 9, 8, and 12 innings. Another Cardinal appearance, but it is not Game 7.
Are they putting Pujols on there just because of the
Not at
home
number
run?
7. And I have to tell you, I kind of agree with this. I'm surprised it made the list here.
Not the Lynch game.
No, that
the
was
3
the one
home
that
run
Martin just
game against the Rangers.
No, that game.
D-backs Game 5?
No,
Well,
that's
we
a great
just don't know.
guess. Gosh. Jackson's seen the list. So, 2011 NLDS Game 5. Halladay Carpenter.
Yeah.
Great baseball game. 1-0.
Yeah.
I was surprised that they
noticed that.
Yes,
with
that they
all the
noticed
Yankees
that,
Red
actually.
Sox.
Yeah.
That is a classic.
because
Carpenter,
when you look at the top 10, you're dealing with a lot of Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs, Dodgers. Now, they've been incredibly successful, so it's understandable in that context. Number 9, 2021 NLDS Game 5, Dodgers 2, Giants 1. And rounding out the top 10, 2024 World Series Game 1, the Freddie Freeman Grand Slam, 6-3 Dodgers over the Yankees. I think that might have been great. And I don't know if the game was that great, but at the same, I don't know if it's a prisoner. Like if that happened 20 years ago, would it have made the rankings? I don't know. More Cardinal appearances here without going through all of them because
it's the Waka-Pittsburgh game. That was it. Probably doesn't make that list, but for Cardinal fans, that NLDS Game 4 that they had to win in Pittsburgh, that Waka pitched, holiday
nice
homer,
guess.
I believe.
It's a nice guess.
The Molina Shea game's got to be on there.
It's a nice guess.
Jeez.
It's a nice guess, but the Cardinals are only on one other game.
Is it the Nats comeback?
No.
All right, I surrender.
You're done.
Can we have a clue, please?
I mean, there's so many. With the Game 7 against the Astros, the Game 6 against the Astros in 2004, that was the Evans walk-off home run.
The 7 was probably a better game.
The Molina
right,
home run. The Nationals comeback in 2012, which I feel like flies under the radar. This one is from 2004.
It's not the Padres, so it's got to be in the
That's when they played the
CS.
Astros and the NLCS.
Is it the Jeff Kent walk-off?
Yes.
Game 5?
Tip of the cap. I didn't think we were ever going to get home. I was going to finish
So
my air horn and then give you the reveal. But look
why
at you.
is that bigger than the Edmonds, which saved a series?
I don't have an answer, but I can read what they wrote.
Can I have
Brandon
some context?
Backey. Remember Brandon Backey?
Yes, Killer Bees.
And Woody Williams were an unlikely duo to produce one of the great pitchers' duels of the century. Backey had started 9 games all season for Houston. Williams was a league average pitcher who'd been shelled in his last start of the regular season, which was in Houston. But in the pivotal Game 5, Williams threw 7 one-hit innings. Backey threw 8 one-hit innings. That's right, when Carlos Beltran led off the bottom of the 9th with a solid single to right field. It was just the 3rd hit of the game for either team. Damn. After a 1-out intentional walk to Lance Berkman, Jeff Kent teed off on Jason Isringhausen's first pitch, sending it to the train tracks in left field. It was the first walk-off homer in the NLCS since Lenny Dykstra and the Mets had beaten the Astros in 1986. It would be joined 2 days later by Jim Edmonds' shot to force a Game 7.
So that's just a side note.
It's a side note.
Even though the Kent home run didn't change the series, the Edmonds one saved the season, and then they won the next night to advance. Context.
And I was there, and like I said, I think because we had to do television, I had moved down to like the section right behind home plate and remember seeing, you kind of knew it was coming. There's 2 on. I don't think there was anybody out. It wasn't, but and I recall the hotel I was staying at was just a few blocks away from Minute Maid Park, and Astros fans were walking past me. I think I was calling into some show following the game, doing a report, and an Astros fan came up to give a high five with a number of ladies and go, "Oh, Cardinal fan, too bad, so sad." That's what
he
she
didn't
said
say
to me.
that to you.
Too bad, so sad.
Oh, no.
Why? And so when Edmonds' ball went sailing 2 days later, and Roland's home run off of Clemens 3 days later.
You flew back to Houston and found that person.
And I said, "This take aged poorly."
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, you got back at her.
Yeah, well, I did it I was wearing a mask because I'm a batch.
I was down there for one of those games in that series, and I remember the series because I shared an elevator with Hal Holbrook at the team hotel.
Oh, yeah, a delight from the film The Firm.
Mm-hmm.
Wall Street.
And that's good according to goodorbad.com?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, he was on to Bud Fox.
He's good at everything.
Love Hal Holbrook.
And he's the one that shot me down with my premise, Doug. And Frank would play that clip for years and years and years. The great Hal Holbrook. I think Iggy set it up. He was doing a Mark Twain one-man show.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I said, Hal, if you look at it, your message with Mark Twain, the decency of people. I said, it's a lot like your speech to Charlie Sheen. And I had this huge layout of premise that I was really proud of. And he just said, no, not really. that was the end of that. I was so, and I went home and I said, I still believe in this take. I still think it was solid.
Guys, I'm surprised the Paul Skeens game with the Pirates against the Cardinals last year didn't make it, where the B-Fib blew out his UCL, doffing his cap at Skeens when he got pulled. That's from Al in Dadeville.
Yeah.
He had like 6 no-hit innings or something?
No, it was like 6 1/3, no earned runs.
No runs.
Giving up like 4 or 5
And our fans were giving him a standing ovation.
Yeah.
And there was a gentleman right in the foreground of the FanDuel cameras aggressively tipping his cap from about 40 rows up to Skeens.
Yeah.
It's amazing for Cardinal fans how many choices you have in the last 25. Like that comeback against the Nats, that's a clinching NLDS game. Classic comeback. The Molina Game 7. Even Colton Wong had a walk-off in the CS that doesn't get mentioned. I mean, there's the Kershaw moments with Matt Adams, all these great moments that don't even register for some.
Now, for the purpose of just Doug calling a ball, and a strike, this gentleman was tasked with writing a column at a slow time of year.
Yeah.
And
come up with something. Fill a lot of ink.
And they're a little concerned because you have the Pacers and Thunder meeting in the NBA Finals, and it might not necessarily ignite the imagination of the casual fan.
And that starts next Sunday? Is that when that series starts?
I think Wednesday.
Players are down in like the Cayman Islands for a few days just to kick back.
And so they said, hey, come up with 25 games right quick and fill a column for us. And then some nitwits in St. Louis will discuss it. And mission has been accomplished.
Said nitwits have done it.
Well, just regular season games, he had to pick from 100. This is just regular season, 25 years of baseball games, 121,000. But 121,000.
Is that the math?
For just regular season games, 162 times 30 times 25. Yeah. So that's, a small pool to pick from.
Sure it is, it's a slow time in sports, and one of ESPN's top headlines on their website is Verstappen admits Russell crash was not right.
They've got to be going, oh boy, we got a problem here. The thing that they count on at this time of year, NBA Finals. Now, I'm not saying that's where St. Louis's head is. I'm well aware, but to have the Thunder and the Pacers, which may wind up being a great series, I don't know, but either way, when you have Oklahoma City and Indianapolis, it isn't necessarily what they were hoping for, especially when they were 2 wins away from having the Knicks in the finals.
Yeah. We'll see.
Are you down on this?
No, I think it's an awesome. We have the MVP in the finals
for the
first time in a couple of years, and the Pacers have been playing pretty awesome basketball.
Doug, the top headline I see is Vandy and Texas both ousted in the regionals, and then, of course, Maya Stark winning the U.S. Women's Open for her first major win.
Right. Royals are calling up a player, and Verstappen's still really upset that Russell crashed.
You like Max Verstappen?
Oh, gosh, I think he's just doing a great job.
I think it's Verstappen.
I enjoyed Ben Stiller got dunked on by Tyrese Halliburton on X. So they showed Halliburton walking into that Game 6 with his duffel bag. And Ben Stiller said, see, they're packed to return to New York. And then by the end of the night, Halliburton said, no, that was to pack y'all up.
Yep.
So there you go. Halliburton dunked on Ben Stiller.
Someone needed to. Just kidding. I love Ben Stiller.
The only thing worse than talking sports is talking sports from 25 years ago. That's from Tiny Pee-Pee.
Okay.
Our guy.
The total package said sports talk sucks. Back to the guy talk. Can't win. I hate the phrase guy talk. It's stupid.
Doug, can we win? I think we can win.
I don't think there's any winning with this crowd.
Well, you can email in your frustration and win $50, so you win. And it's $50 from me. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Brad Thompson will be with us talking about the Cardinals and the upcoming week in which they will get a chance to take on the Royals and then the Dodgers. They'll get to test their measure against the Dodgers. That's coming up at 9:30 here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the program. Online at brownandcrouppen.com, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. If you're in need of a personal injury attorney, you want to work with somebody who is local, and that's Brown & Crouppen, founded in St. Louis in 1979. It's Brown & Crouppen. Every week we get a chance to hear from Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, or Andy Crouppen, and you get to know them. They are the presenting sponsor of TMA. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Committed to the area, local, so they know the legal environment. It's Brown & Crouppen. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
As that summer's coming along, you know who you can count on, folks? You can count on the people at Classic Air Care to make sure that air conditioning unit is running perfectly, is running smoothly, and is getting your house comfortable the way you want it. And that's really what's important. But these people have been around. They've been making people comfortable since 1926. They've got technicians that have got over 40 years of experience working on any kind of machine. So if you have an older unit, don't worry about it. If you're interested in saying, hey, do I need to replace it? You can get a free quote online at classicaircare.com, or have them come out and take a look at it. Have them tell you exactly what they think. They're experts in the field. And how good is their customer service? Well, they've got a 4.8 Google rating. That means that people are taking the time to go onto their computer, type in what they think of the service, and tell you about it, because that's how much they believe in it. That's why they come to my house. That's why they take care of my air conditioning unit in the spring and summer, and the furnace in the fall. It's Classic Air Care. Make them your go-to people when you need work done on that air conditioning unit. Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926.
CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. And you can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, on the first day of the month, business-wise, I know it's June 2nd, but first business day of the month, everybody's starting at zero in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day standings. And so I said, all right, let's welcome new friends in to email in, incentivize them. $50 just coming from me to the winner today.
Okay.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And I see Chairman Curtis sideways with Cucky the Dwarf. Because you're filtering out Cucky the Dwarf's email, and you wrote, if they push FCC limits are too long or not funny, then yes, they will be filtered.
Yeah, there's like this groundswell of support for Kevin Miller and Cucky, and I'm not going to stand for people trying to do my job for me.
Wow.
I'm the arbiter of the email of the day. Don't be long, be funny.
Can't be too vile.
And don't be too vile.
No.
All right, there it is. The parameters have been set. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Watch the program and talk it over with other listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL, or stream it on the 101 ESPN or TMASTL app, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. It is our pleasure to welcome to the program Chris Kerber on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, good morning. How are you guys today?
Wonderful. Good to talk it over with you. What do you think of this Stanley Cup final rematch matchup?
I kind of like it. Hey, before we get to that, can I bring up another sports thing? No.
Another sports
I was watching. Yeah. Listen, I was watching the city SC game over the weekend, right? And first off, I don't know what it is about soccer commentators on TV. I think their production people must look at them and say, do me a favor, whatever you do, try to be anything but entertaining, right? So it's like it's like you're sitting in a lecture class of physics in college with about 400 people, right? And you're like, what the hell? This is a sporting event, right? But here's the thing. Why don't we get rid of the term interim head coach? Like, the guy's the head coach, right? And if you look at the stats, if you go and you look at how it's like, he's still considered a head coach. So he's your head coach for now. And then if you go to find another one, do it. But in the meantime, you just hired a head coach. I I think it's time in sports we got rid of the term interim head coach.
It's even worse. They call him caretaker manager. And I'm like,
I like that,
caretaker.
Doug. I like that a lot.
And Andy Banker point, wasn't that in The Shining when he said you've always been a bit of a caretaker?
Longest yard, too.
Listen, so any of the sports, for me, any of the sports, you fire a manager, you fire a coach, you bring in somebody just to until you find somebody. That person's the head coach until the next guy comes in as the head coach. But to your point, listen, when you're watching these games, okay, or you're listening to the games, if you can somehow sit through that.
Oh.
If you're watching these games, right, and you're sitting there, you're realizing that this is like, you got 34 matches, okay? You've got 17 games that are on the road, so you got to watch them, all right? Now, this isn't City's fault, okay, but they've got a national TV package, okay? And the problem with that is now you've got the national guys doing every one of your games. And so when they change their broadcasters in and out, and then you understand how and why this happens, but, it's sort of like they feel like they've done their research. Now they got to tell the story. And you're like, yeah, we've lived through this already for like 9 games. Move on. Give us something more, right? Because the reality of it is you are still marketing to your home group. So there's a massive marketing mess, unfortunately, for these MLS teams when it comes to these packages and not having a bit of a local player to kind of pull the crowd in. But the reality of it is you don't have to always say they equalized the match. You can say they tied the damn score.
Oh.
You don't always have to say shot on target. You can say shot on goal. And the whole thing is we're not watching English football. If it was, it would be called Premier League, and we would be watching English football. It's soccer in the United States. So broadcast the games, market the games, and play it to the crowd that you have. And for those out there that sit there and think that you're just some level of brilliance because you talk about quality in the front third, well, actually try and get somebody to describe to you what quality actually is and actually talk the game, and a whole bunch of them can't, right? That's just, they say quality is a way of just meaning, well, the play looks good. Well, actually try to describe the play. And so I was watching that game just getting irritated as all hell the other day. I'm like, what the hell is this?
You fired up. Bradley Cardinal, the old coach, turned out he was interim. He kept saying the table, and it took me like 3 months to figure out he was talking about the standings. I would just nod my head like, oh, yeah, the table. Fair enough, the table. The standings.
Okay, well, listen, and I'm okay. Look, I get it if there's, and this is where people all start to fire off and me say, well, you don't understand the soccer culture. And I'm like, man, you really don't get the argument, do you? This isn't about the culture of the sport. Like, so, if you do have people coming in, and or pretty much everywhere else in the world, they call it the table rather than the standings. They call it matches rather than games. It is okay. I'm giving people permission. It is okay to say the field. You don't have to say the pitch. Like you can actually say the field every now and then, but at the same time, so like a couple words in there, I get it. But at some point, you got to be talking to the fans of your city, and you're still a young franchise. So I was just watching that going, man, this is just a major marketing miss that when you don't have this opportunity there. And this is coming from a fan, right? It's the one sport where I kind of feel like I am truly a fan of. Baseball too, but sometimes we talk a lot of baseball. We don't talk enough soccer. I mean, here's the thing: we use every other European phrase and word and try to sound like we're not, but then we call it soccer instead of football.
Mm-hmm. How about the word fixture instead of schedule? I bet that's got you bummed out too.
That one, okay. If you watch enough Premier League soccer, that one you'll understand. But again, if I'm watching Fulham, right? I know I'm watching English soccer, so you expect that stuff. When you're sitting here on the banks of the Mississippi, I actually think it's okay just to call it a game.
Yeah. Well,
all right. I feel better, guys.
Okay, you feel better.
Doesn't sound like you're campaigning for a job in the MLS.
No, this is what happens when the NHL's got a few days down. Kerbs is fired up, ready to talk
listen,
about.
If you think, look, I'm a fan of broadcasting, obviously, right? So, like, you watch these things, and I'm sitting there watching the game, and I'm going, like, the game is pretty good, okay? You're not expecting all of a sudden City to turn out to be world beaters because they changed the head coach. The head coach was definitely part of the problem, but the roster build is still a massive problem, okay? So To me, you're watching this, and I'm sitting there going, holy cow, these guys, like try to be entertaining. Try to put some emotion in it, and not stupid emotion where you're just quoting things that don't matter, right? I'm talking about actually emotion that the game itself actually brings, and entertain the people that you're watching there. And people are griping about the Apple TV package that MLS has. I actually think it's one of the best. You turn it on, it works every single time, right? You can watch the games anywhere, anytime, no blackouts. You can watch them on delay. All that stuff is good and fantastic. The challenge is, though, with the national side of it, is your local market. Your local market never gets fed the proper product of the way it should. When you're talking about these games, you're not talking about the NFL, right? Where you're dealing with 8 road games. You're talking 17 road games, and I think somewhere in there, keep the Apple TV app going, keep the package there going, but make these broadcasts more local, because the reality of it is it still is a regional team, and I think that's something you got to keep in mind.
Are you okay with the way the NHL playoffs have been broadcast on TV?
Actually, well, that could be another story. No, I think they missed the boat on some of it too. But they've been entertaining. The challenge that you have when you're the NHL is you've got your big moments where you nationally take over. The Winter Classic is being one of them, and then the Stanley Cup Final will be another one, right? But to me, sometimes the viewership and the matchups and that relate to the ratings still comes all down to the to the rivalries, to the teams that are in it. And it is difficult for the National Hockey League to get big-time ratings when in the United States it's involving Canadian teams. And you're not talking about just one Canadian team like the NBA. You're talking 7 of them. And you could have a chance where there's a playoff series where you've got 2 Canadian teams, and it's just hard to get people to watch that. So I think that's the growing challenge. But I'll tell you what, the one thing you see with these playoffs, and as we head into the rematch final, which is only the 5th time that's happened since expansion, it still proves to be the single best, hardest playoff format in all of pro sports.
Can you believe it?
I don't think anything's even close to it.
I can't believe it was a month ago last night. The Blues' painful exit. It feels like a week or 2 ago. I'm still not over it, Kerb. Still not over it.
No, it does. It sure does, doesn't it? And we had Gabby's graduation party yesterday, and some parents and some folks are over here, and they were talking about it. And I'm almost getting fascinated now how the people, the fans are absorbing it. Some are over it, some are not. Some are looking to the future. Some feel guilty, the fact that they're positively looking to the future, right? But they still think that they should be feeling hurt by the way it ended. It's the run of emotions has just been outstanding.
So who do you like in this series? It looks like it should be a great one. Panthers and Oilers both playing extremely well right now. Yeah,
I wonder if and again, some of this is going to come down to the health of both teams, obviously. The Zach Hyman injury is a big one, is a really big one heading into the Stanley Cup Final for me for the Edmonton Oilers. The way Florida is rolling, they look like they're bound to repeat. I think Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Connor McDavid's going to have to they're going to put this team on their back, and play 25 minutes a game and roll them. And look, the one thing that you cannot do this year when you talk about the Edmonton Oilers, you cannot point at their goaltender. Stuart Skinner has been fantastic, but in the end, I think Florida just might have too much, just might be too deep, and is rolling so well. I think Florida's got to be favored in this one.
Bernie Federko called it on this show.
Yeah, he did when they were down 2-0
to the Leafs. He said, I still like the Panthers. They came roaring back. They've won 8 of 10, I think, Doug. The Florida Panthers, they've got that Stanley Cup, DNA, Matthew Tkachuk, Trent Frederick. How about that? A St. Louis kid's going to win a cup either way. You care if Canada, the drought continues? Would it be good for hockey if Edmonton won? Get one for Canada?
Listen, I think it would. I mean, it'd be whenever your best players in the league get a chance to win a championship, I think I think it's huge. I think it's massive. So yeah, it'd be huge for McDavid and for Draisaitl. I mean, it'd be the first Stanley Cup for a Canadian city since Patrick Waugh in 1993. I mean, listen, that's the one thing. Here's another topic for you for another day. But yeah, like it's like I think the NHL obviously leads it, but how hard it is to actually win a championship, and how you have to do it and stuff is really amazing. But that's a hell of a long drought, especially when you've had, the salary cap. So you've had some fair play when it comes to the structures of how you spend. But for me, I think, honestly, I almost think it's better for the National Hockey League if Florida wins another one. Just keep it going in the United States because that's the future of the game.
USA. Come on, Doug.
All right, USA.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
It might not be possible, but it seems like Connor McDavid is getting even faster as he gets older. Have you noticed that when he gets rolling, there just isn't anybody who can keep up with him?
It's amazing to watch. I think I saw a clip over the weekend of him, and from the time he picked the puck up, this clip said it took like 9 strides. Like the first 6 of them before he went in and scored were crossovers. And it's his speed, and then it's how he can control the puck while he's using that speed. I mean, it really is something else. But man, this is a special player. Listen, guys, I mean, they've got Draisaitl signed. Obviously, they're going to have to sign Connor McDavid here, and I really do wonder if we're going to see a Wayne Gretzky scenario where Connor McDavid ends up leaving Edmonton. And honestly, I think it'd be great for the league.
How about St. Louis as a landing spot?
There you go, Doug.
Yeah, sure. That'll happen. We'll have to wait until he plays like another few years with another team, and then we'll trade for him. And hopefully, we don't have a head coach that pisses him off and doesn't have him, pulls the contract away from him. But no, I can like Connor McDavid in a USB city, right? I think is just something that I would really love to see. And the NFL has proven, you don't have to be in the biggest market. Sidney Crosby in Pittsburgh's, a terrific example of it. The Green Bay Packers are one of the most storied teams in the NFL. So it doesn't have to go to LA. It doesn't have to go to New York. But man, oh man, like, could you imagine like a Connor McDavid here in St. Louis? Like, look, golly, it'd be just. I'm just hoping one of these young players for the Blues turns out to be kind of superstar status, where you see a couple seasons of 100 points and you see that kind of offensive creativity again. I think it'd be just huge for the Blues and their fan base.
Do you keep in touch with the Blues players this time of year? Are they all out on the golf course now, or on vacation, or what's everybody doing?
Just a couple of them that you build kind of maybe bigger relationships to. A couple of them are still in town. Some are traveling. Some are just hanging out, and they're pretty much dispersed and well into their off season. It doesn't take a player long, I think, unless you've lost in maybe the Stanley Cup final or maybe after a conference final, to kind of flip the switch, because the reality of it is there. So, these guys are well into their off season right now. I'll bet you most of them probably take, when you talk to a lot of the guys, Doug, they'll take like 3 or 4 weeks off. And it wouldn't surprise me if now you start to get to the point where some start skating again, to be honest with you, on their own.
Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN, giving us his perspective on a variety of topics this morning here on TMA. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Chris, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Guys, have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next week.
It's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Coming up, Doug, you wanted to hear Mike Francesa try a granola bar?
I was looking at the dossier and I'm like, what's next? I'm like, I actually think that should be next.
He's just now getting around to discovering granola bars.
I don't know what this is. I just see it in the Steve dossier.
Can't wait.
It's coming up. It is the morning after here on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Fisher Window and Door Store sponsor, the 8 o'clock hour here on the program. And Martin, when you saw it on the Stiefel dossier, you were immediately intrigued.
It's 9-1, but I said, we can't wait. We just can't wait.
Mike Francesa on trying a granola bar and loving it.
He's never eaten a granola bar, Doug. It's 25. These just rolled out, what, last year?
I think so. Last March, if I'm not mistaken.
When was the granola
So
bar?
did he like it? Are we going to hear it?
I don't know.
Here's the audio.
Okay.
I don't push a lot of products. I mean, I don't. You know that. I've never have. I mean, I've never tried to sell you a whole lot of things. I'm not trying to sell you anything either. My son Jack is home for the summer, obviously, from school. He brings me tonight this bar. Now, I'm not someone who eats this earthy, crunchy stuff, okay? So he brings me home. I'm like, I don't want to try. So, you know me, I'm like, I don't like to try stuff, you know, and I don't like earthy, crunchy stuff. So I tried this bar today. It's called Junkless. Chewy, drizzled granola bars. And I'm thinking, I would never go into a store and pick up a granola bar in 1,000 years. Ever. This thing is delicious. It's 130 calories. It's chewy, drizzled granola bar. Berries and cream is the flavor. It says real ingredients. Less sugar, more taste, no fake stuff. It's called Junkless. You can get it at like Target or grocery store, ShopRite or Stop and Shop or all, you know, those kind of stores. Junkless. I don't know what it costs. I apologize. I don't know what anything costs. I really don't. That I don't do. I don't know. I have no idea.
The line
you
there.
ask me like what a dozen eggs were, I have no idea.
No.
You know, I go to the store to get like water, soda, things that my wife doesn't want to carry, so that I'll run in early in the morning and get soda and get big things of water, big things of soda. Other than that, that's, you know, get Snapple, stuff like that.
Snapple.
Other than that, she does everything else. So, but this thing is, it's not big. It's 130 calories. And like I said, I would never eat a granola bar, ever.
Never.
But I had one before, and I got to tell you, I said, I got to mention it on the show, this thing is really good.
They're about four pack for about $17. It looks like.
Damn.
But he doesn't. Doug, he doesn't know the prices on egg. He doesn't.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Was that a live read, you think? Was that like the
Pretending
organic?
it's not.
Yeah.
I will say he talks about his son, Jack, who
Obviously he's home from school.
he's working with some guy that Francesa hooked up with who has a lot of companies. And he made sure to say in that audio, he has a lot of different companies he owns and that his son's working for one of them.
Oh, sure.
So I don't know. He seemed to be really enjoying the granola. I just like how he kept mentioning, I would never eat this earthy, crunchy crap.
What else is earthy and crunchy?
Flaxseed.
Nice. That's a great answer. That wasn't the one you were anticipating, but that's the one you got.
Flaxseed, chia seeds.
Like nuts? Any kind of nut?
Sunflower
almonds and
seed,
things
yeah,
like
nuts. That'd be earthy. Mushrooms.
The invention of the granola bar attributed to Stanley Mason in the 1970s, although the exact date is debated, with some claiming that Henry Kimball's 1975 letter to the idea of marketplace is an earlier instance, Doug.
Okay.
Stanley Mason was a prolific inventor.
Okay.
He
Nice little
pressed
history lesson.
loose granola into a compact bar form. And Mike Francesa discovered it 50 years later. He just gets soda and water, Tim. His wife gets all the other stuff.
He said it's because she doesn't like to carry that stuff, so he gets that.
Like the heavy stuff.
He has a
He's the real
shizzle.
man of the house.
They do have carts. You can put the stuff in the cart while you shop.
Not with Francesa.
I guess you still got to get it in the house.
Doesn't know what eggs cost.
All right.
Doug, the trailer for Happy Gilmore 2 is out. Jackson, is this good or bad?
Let me say something here.
Oh, no.
No, doesn't sound good.
No.
Happy Gilmore is an incredible movie. The original one, it's just, it's grown in everyone's estimation.
It's a delight.
I think if you ask people, what's your favorite golf movie? They'll say Caddyshack or they'll say Happy Gilmore. Maybe some people will go Tin Cup, but those two for sure would get the bulk of the answers. Doing a second one where this is clearly just going to be, and I hate to be crass, cameo porn It has yet
Cameo porn. What does that mean?
It's just going to be filled with 1,000 cameos, and the original Happy Gilmore was not built on that. It's a sports movie.
Bob Barker was in there.
Bob Barker, yeah. There's
Apollo Creed,
but he's playing a character, But like it's going to be cameo porn. It's never worked before.
Cameo porn has never worked.
These revivals of like movies from the night, like this just doesn't work. And it might it'll make Netflix a ton of money. Like it will get what they want to accomplish, and they have a massive deal with Adam Sandler. So whatever he wants to do, and if he wants to bring this back, they're all for it.
Travis Kelce's in it.
Yeah, everybody and their mother's
Bad
in it.
Bunny's in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Got a spot.
Ben Stiller's in it. Rory McIlroy's in it. Scotty Scheffler's in it. What are you talking about, Tim?
Zalatoris.
Kid Cudi's in it.
Ooh, nice.
Kid Cudi actually might be a character. He's like a real actor.
Bryson DeChambeau's in it.
Yeah,
John Daly's in it.
Cameo porn, and that's cool. It's just I don't think it's going to be. It's not sustainable. I don't know. I'm not like fired up for it. I would say I love Happy Gilmore, but
Sounds like they went to a PGA golf tournament and just started shooting Happy Gilmore 2. There's some players around there and say, "Hey, come and be in the movie."
probably. But for every Sandler one of these, he puts out a banger, so it's okay.
Listen to this little millennial. Have you never heard of The Legend of Bagger Vance? That's from the 314.
That movie stinks.
Oh, there are a few Bagger Vance texts.
Really?
Yeah.
Oof.
So that is bad on goodorbad.com.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Yeah, dude, come on, Doug.
No. Legend of Bagger Vance.
Two of the worst movies ever made were sequels, Caddyshack 2 and maybe Anchorman 2.
Jackie Mason taking shrapnel.
Yeah, Anchorman was hysterical. Anchorman 2, hideous.
Anchorman 2, it's just kind of fun to be back with those guys. But, comedy sequels often don't work. Fletch Lives. You ever see Fletch Lives?
No, I didn't.
No good.
Was that the third? Was Fletch 2?
No, Fletch Lives was the second one with Chevy Chase. I think John Hamm, friend of the show, did some sort of movie around it in the last couple of years on Apple.
Around the Fletch franchise?
He was taking over the Fletch character. But I don't know to what extent. I didn't see the film.
Think that was really him rollerblading, Chevy Chase?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can imagine when a director and a producer get about halfway through a movie they know is just horrendous, what they must be going through. Say, we got to finish it, and our names are going to be on it.
You don't think we
got to pay all these people? This is horrible.
Well, that's right. I mean, this is the real issue is these movies getting sequels 20, 30 years down the road. I mean, we saw it last year with Gladiator 2. Twisters had a sequel 20, 25 years later. It's now Happy Gilmore. It's just, they often don't work. Although Twisters was fun.
Yeah.
Jackson says the word really like a nasally cuckold.
Oh, gosh.
I haven't heard that, but I like that.
I know.
Will you say it again for us?
Really?
There it is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, okay.
You do elongate it a bit.
It's pretty pretentious. I didn't think it was nasally.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's condescending.
Sure.
Really?
Sure.
Dude, Bagger Vance is a classic. How can we trust anyone about golf takes if they can't even hit a 7-iron further than a 12-year-old girl? That's from Mr. Cider.
Whatever. This guy sucks. Who cares how far you hit it? It's about how close you get it.
He snapped.
No,
Mr. Cider's finally got him.
Go watch Bagger Vance with a straight face again and tell me that's a good movie. That movie
I need you to watch Bagger Vance with a straight face.
And I love all those actors. Will Smith, Matt Damon, Charlize. I love all those people. The movie stinks.
Huh. So you didn't like it?
No, ass.
It was ass.
Honestly, golf movies where it's you're using what do you call it, the mashy Doug, the mid mashy.
Oh yeah, like a spoon.
That's not resonating with people. I'm sorry. The Shia LaBeouf one, no good.
They gave different names to the wooden clubs.
Right.
One was a spoon, and one's like a niblick or something like that.
Rotten Tomatoes has The Legend of Bagger Vance at 43%.
Yeah, that's probably a little high. The people liked it though, 65%. That movie's just not.
Budget
not
of
good.
$80 million and box office of $39.5 million.
Didn't get there. Slowly but surely. I just don't think that's if you're making the golf movie Mount Rushmore, it's Caddyshack, Happy Gilmore, Tin Cup, and then
Then is it
dealer's
Bagger
choice.
Vance?
Dealer's choice for fourth. It's tough. I don't know. The fourth one's going to be tough.
There's not a whole lot of golf movies out there.
Right.
It's not like boxing and karate where a new one comes out about every other month.
Yeah. There's not that many.
Somebody wants their text name to be changed to Privilege Takes Jackie. So your takes come from a place of privilege?
I guess. I don't think they have anything to do with like that. Sideways is kind of a golf movie. I'm going to count Sideways in there.
With Paul Giamatti.
Yeah. Thomas Hayden Church.
Is that the wine movie?
Mm-hmm. It's a wine movie, but they play a lot of golf. I'm going to count that.
As much as I hate all of your baseball talk, I can't believe the legend of Bagger Vance is now the topic.
I didn't say it was a good movie. These people are just wrong.
They're mad that it's a topic.
I don't care.
This is all taken away from earlier, your math mistake that elicited a lot of text.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to divide by 2.
Divide by 2.
Now someone's calling you Baby Scorsese.
That's Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I just don't think it's a very good movie.
Are you familiar with Alan Smithy, Baby Scorsese? Look up the director. I promise it's worth the conversation. Wifey pics will follow if this is addressed. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who's trying to bait us into topics by offering pictures of his wife in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Okay.
Now, that's what's going on
Might work.
right now.
Might work.
It's an official pseudonym used by film directors who wish to disown a project. So when someone doesn't like what they've done, they would then go under the pseudonym Alan Smithy.
Yeah. You can imagine it happens frequently. For all the money they pour into these movies, and to get about halfway done and say, oh, my God, this is horrendous. It's got to be a terrible feeling.
Yeah, the days of streamers, like stuff like this can happen. If this was going to be released in theaters, maybe this would do well, but I don't know. I just don't think there's a clamoring for Happy Gilmore 2.
Telling you, my read was when John Hamm was on with us as a surprise guest a couple weeks ago, he was surprised, I could be off on this, by the success of Your Friends and Neighbors. That was, just maybe I'm off.
Like you didn't think it'd be a hit.
Right. And then
you probably don't know. Like
yeah, it's one of those things you don't know.
Especially with streamers, there's so each streamer releases a new show that they're pumping up every week.
Well, a lot of it has to do with what they can do with the editing process. And we've all done TV stories where we go, boy, this isn't much. And then if you get somebody who's really creative and a great editor, you go, oh, thanks, you save that.
Right.
That happens.
Well, shout out to the editors out there.
Yeah.
Jackson is the Temu version of Robert Ebert. That's from Crystal City Clamhammer. Wasn't it Roger?
It was for sure Roger.
Jackson's going to go point by point on why he doesn't like the Crystal City Clamhammer now.
That's fine. People can, you can like the movie or not. I just think it's a bad movie. If you're asking how good or bad.
Let's focus on a Temu version of Roger Ebert.
Yeah. Like we have Roger Ebert at home, and it's a picture of me.
We can get Roger Ebert on Amazon, but if we go to Temu, you're going to get Jackson.
It's a knockoff version. Why didn't the Crystal City Clamhammer swing by Oak Valley? We were the
we
exit
turf, Martin.
And the Peevely exit, there was a sign that said Crystal City 3 miles, just down the road.
Maybe the Clamhammer was there and he just didn't want attention drawn to his appearance. They golf for like 2 minutes in Sideways. It's not a golf movie at all. Boo this pale Richard Roper. It's from Carlos Spicy.
Pale Richard Roper.
But it's all like they're watching golf at some points. It's certainly, I'm taking some liberties there by putting it in
Listen,
there.
Rex Reed 2.0. Rex Reed was always the guy quoted in every release because he liked everything. Rex Reed says, dynamite, exciting. He would always give it like a great review, and then he would always get mentioned.
Hey, guys, is Gene Shalit still with us? That's from Dale in Grubville. I'm going to say yes.
That's kind of my dream is to be
Gene Shalit.
To look like that.
I'd love to have that mustache.
Stash.
Yeah, but
he's still with us, and he's 99 years old.
Holy smokes.
How about that?
He retired in 2010. He's 99.
My dream is to be on a movie poster with like my review of it, just like brilliant dash Jackson Burkett. Yeah, that'd be great.
Holy smokes. Gene Shell. Iggy, text me his number, would you?
99 years old.
99 years
He was a
old.
Today Show regular for, I think, when I was a child.
Your thoughts on Pale Richard Roper, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Today, I'm sending somebody $50 for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. If you are in the market for some jewelry, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Reusch, located in Richmond Heights, close to Clayton, and right across from the St. Louis Galleria in the tower on the 15th floor. You are going to get ridiculously quality and private service when you go into Moritz Reusch. It is Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. Moritz Reusch, family owned and operated going back to the 1980s. Third generation ownership now with Dan Reusch at Moritz Reusch. So if you are in the market for a great gift or you're thinking about an engagement ring, I'd like to recommend Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Reusch, 15th floor of the tower across from the St. Louis Galleria in Richmond Heights. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Both the finals are set in the NHL and NBA. You can catch both right here on 101 ESPN as tomorrow Wednesday, Oilers and Panthers get underway. Pre-game at 6:30, puck drop at 7 p.m. And then Thunder and Pacers for Game 1 of the NBA Finals starts on Thursday. Pre-game at 6:30, tip-off at 7:30. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin Heating and Air Conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson, the end of Inside the NBA. Here is the emotional sign-off.
Thank you. We have been honored to do this. And we look forward. The four of us, as you've already heard, the four of us are going to be together. Our production crew is going to be together. It's going to be that same bunch. We're still going to be shooting that show in Atlanta. It's just going to air somewhere else. And so the craziness that you've seen, the nonsense and the foolishness and the top-notch basketball analysis, all of that stuff's going to be on. It's going to be on ESPN or ABC next year, not on TNT. For that, we're sad. But I'm proud to say for the last time, thanks for watching us. It's the NBA on TNT.
Bucket. Somebody had a jumper, chain net.
Yep.
And I get it, leaving TNT, especially Ernie Johnson, his whole DNA with TBS,
since
TNT,
like the late 80s.
Atlanta guy. But the show's staying together.
Yeah.
So
and the production crew.
So for the viewer, it means nothing.
Yeah.
But I'll turn to a different station.
Right.
But you still get to watch that crew together, which people love. So it's a little bit of a strange goodbye because the show is staying intact.
It's like what's happened to our show because we've moved around station to station.
What makes you say that?
People have been able to hate us everywhere we've gone.
It's true. Yeah.
Still easy to hate.
Yeah.
Different station, still easy to hate.
You get emotional, Doug, when you've signed off at 9:20 or HD?
I can't say that I get emotional with much of anything anymore.
Okay.
Certainly not signing off. No. I don't know how some people cry on the air. You know, you see anchors and people leaving sometimes.
What if Karen Foss retires?
And they get teary-eyed. I don't know how you do that.
Well, what was your sign-off like?
There was no sign-off at all. It was don't come back anymore. Okay. With that, I'm signing off.
How'd they get rid of Vaughn? COVID. So you're done now? Did you have a big...
I've been done for about 4 years now.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
I could have sworn you were on the other.
I'm very sure.
Great talk, guys. Nobody cares about the NBA. Let's move on. That's from Harrison's brother.
Gosh.
Timing's everything.
I never give up on my dreams, okay?
That's nonsense.
Inside the NBA has gone downhill. Shaw doesn't even watch the games anymore.
Shaw.
No one wants to listen to Dwight Howard or Draymond.
Brian Shaw. Dwight Howard and Draymond were on for like one day. It's because they have to work every single day or during the meat of the playoffs.
Is there Shaq audio as well?
Yeah, I got a little Shaq audio.
Well, look surprised.
You're surprised? Here,
All right, hit the lever, please.
Yeah, all right.
It's been a great run. It's been an honor. Chuck, I love you like the older brother that I never had. And if you say something, I will whoop your ass one last time on this show right now. Ernie, you came to my house in 1989, 1991. It's a big honor. It's an honor for me to be sitting up here with you, Kenny. The way y'all embarrassed us in 94, 95, you and Akeem, you taught me what it was to be a champion, and we're a family. I'm glad we're sticking together. And like I said, even though the name changes, the engine is still the same. And to that new network we're coming to, we're not coming to F around. And since it's the last show, I'm going to say it. We're not coming to F around.
Oh.
How'd you explain that to your kids?
I couldn't.
We taking names and we taking over. Okay? I love you guys and I appreciate you guys, but hey, all right? Let me see that #1 sign for the #1 show ever on TV. And we come over to take over that next network, too.
Buckets.
Hashtag this Jackson. I like that.
It's like they were doing that broadcast for a couple of executives at that network where
At
they were.
Turner.
Yeah. Because nobody else really, you're still going to be on what station now? Okay, great.
But they're taking names, Doug.
I guess
they're
so.
going to do a show so powerful they're taking names.
Right. And you alluded to like Bill Simmons talking about how they might not have, like ESPN's going to mess it up.
He said it had to do with the commercial breaks.
Right, so-
like their halftime shows, he said, are all commercials.
Yeah, there's sometimes their halftime show is like a minute and a half long.
Really?
That's like a real, like last year in the finals, I think it was like a minute and a half.
Are you concerned that it's not going to be the same?
No, because I think part of that is like, I mean, the crew that they would have for these ESPN halftimes, if you're going to watch the finals, you'll see it. It's just not good. Like, it's just a bad crew. I think now that you have the premier crew in all of sports when it comes to halftime and pregame stuff, you probably change it up. Make it a little different.
yeah,
It doesn't
they'll
have to be
change
the
it
exact same.
I'm sure they're paying huge salaries to those guys.
Right.
They're going to use them.
Yeah, you're going to utilize them. So I think they just might strategically do it differently, but I still think it's going to have a lot of the same vibe too, especially since they're doing it out of Atlanta still. It's not like they're moving around.
Starvin Marvin says post-game show is always Scott Van Pelt.
Well, they would go into Sports Center.
I'm sure they'll use the hell out of these guys because they're very happy to have them.
But I feel like they'll turn down a lot of opportunities to do more.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to be going on, every single, like, panel show as well.
The talent coordinator at ESPN, I don't know. I just think that that's why when they got Buck and Aikman, it was such a big deal. They kind of needed, they had some swings and misses on some of their assembled talent for some of their shows, which you're referencing, I think, even on the NBA shows. This is big for them.
Like Wilbon, Stephen A. Smith, and Brian Windhorst are not going to get people fired up to stick around for halftime.
No.
Not like Chuck, Shaq, Kenny, and EJ.
I just hope with the change of networks they continue to pay their taxes. If not, they could call Mark Milton and he could help them out. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, or wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation, Mark Milton is the name you need to know. He will take care of you and he'll fight off the godforsaken tax man for you. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark is right here in St. Louis and able to help if you have any kind of IRS issue. He is, again, at stltaxlawyer.com, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. He is an outstanding trial attorney, won the Department of Justice Outstanding Trial Attorney Award, in fact, when he represented the IRS in cases around the country. That's Mark Milton. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL. Like, I'm giving away $50. Chairman Kurt, you're going to be filtering, but for $50 for the prize today, will you change your protocol in any capacity with this kind of cash on the line?
No, I don't mess with success.
Wow. All right, Doug, well, we'll see. It's coming up at 10:45, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Steve Valdassier, Brad Thompson, coming up at 9:30. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. Go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's at igotfloored.com. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That's awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring. Carpet is incredible, and it is back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get to locations in St. Louis. That's Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit the website igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour, and it is 9:16 in St. Louis, whereas the Cardinals are mounting a charge despite the loss of the series.
Didn't matter.
To the Rangers.
They won one game. That's what counts.
I like how Tim laid out.
He did. I guess
just to open the door for Doug to clarify.
I guess we'll do this the entire season.
Unfortunately, the Rockies did not win their series, Doug.
They haven't won. Have they won any series?
Another series, another sweep as the Rockies continue to make history for all the wrong reasons. They fell 5-3 to the Mets yesterday to extend their losing streak to 8 games. It is their 4th 8-game losing streak this season. And we're, of course, on June 2nd. They've had 4 8-game losing streaks. They are 9-50, the worst record through 59 games of any major league team in the modern era, and that dates back to 1901. They've been swept 10 times in 20 series, tied for the most sweeps through 20 series with the 1962 Mets, the 1970 Milwaukee Brewers, and the 1994 Oakland A's. Going even deeper into the record books, Colorado is the third fastest team to the 50-loss mark, behind only the 1884 Kansas City Unions and the 1876 Cincinnati Red Stockings, who got to 50 losses in 57 games. When you're making history with only teams with family members who fought in the Civil War, you're doing something special.
I don't know how special this is. As a team, they're hitting a robust 215.
It's a tough ballpark to hit in.
Yeah. That's the worst, obviously, in baseball. It's hard to imagine how in a league with a common draft, where the rules for acquiring players are, the same for everybody, some teams have more money to spend, obviously, that you could possibly put together a professional, big-time sports franchise and be this bad. It's hard to believe how you could blow it with virtually every player on your roster.
Jacob Stallings, Rockies catcher, says you can either fight or not fight. And I don't think not fighting is going to work. Martin, I'm going to say it again, and you can follow it for me.
I don't.
You can either fight or not fight, and I don't think not fighting is going to work.
I don't think not fighting.
There's so many negatives, I can't calculate what the man's trying to say.
That's Kevin Stallings' son, former coach at Vandy, Pitt, pride of Collinsville, Doug.
Yes.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
Exactly.
Give him credit for ever doing an interview when your team loses every night. And the story is always just how bad can you be?
You walking in that with your lensman, Doug, you're like, hey, guys, anybody want to do a real quick chat about the...
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
That is brilliant analysis.
Colorado has lost all 19 series it has played this season.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, Doug.
It's kind of an indicator, Doug.
By 185 runs. And if you go back to the 2024 season, the Rockies are on a 22 series losing streak. Should be a big crowd tonight. The Rockies are in Miami. And
is it possible no one will show up for the game?
You think some of the players might not?
They could play that game and not tell anybody the score, and there would be no calls to the Marlins or Rockies being like, what was the score of that game? Doug, didn't you always say that you used to have to call in the scores of games sometimes for like college teams?
Yeah.
That's kind of what it would be like for the
Marlins.
Rockies.
Will have to call the paper.
Yeah, it's the call in. Miami Herald.
We have a caller who still, gentleman from Columbia, Illinois, calls in all of their high school scores. And he's very professional. And the phone rarely rings these days in the sports office. Everybody emails when they hate you. But the phone will ring. Like, final score tonight, Columbia softball, Columbia 3, Redbud 2. Okay, then like in the winter. Final tonight, Columbia football, 42, Redbud 38. Again, 42, 38. He's very professional, and he is still doing that job.
And I guess you have to trust him. We counted on getting a lot of scores that way.
That's a great point.
Could have been anybody calling in.
Never thought of that.
Tim, member guest is this weekend. I'm off to Cabo tomorrow morning. Let's talk about that. Far more interesting than NBA clips. That's from Harrison's brother, Master. I don't know what all of that meant outside of he was frustrated with Jackson's inside the NBA clips, but I guess he has member guest coming up, but he's flying to Cabo tomorrow. Maybe his member guest.
I have a carport.
Maybe his member guest is in Cabo. This Harrison's brother Master might have some cash.
Boy, he may.
He's liquid AF.
He sure might.
Jackson doesn't seem to think that's the case.
No, I don't. He might have a lot of Monday member guests.
Martin, that was class warfare on a meat and potatoes show.
A Monday, you're snubbing your nose at
that's
a Monday.
Usually charity tournaments are on Mondays, of course, where you might have a member guest. Member guest would traditionally be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't know, though. I don't know how the situation works. If you're going to Cabo, have fun.
Tim, you think Belle Reve and Old Warson have a lot of Monday charity events? Shut down the course.
I don't think they necessarily do.
Monday, they'll have a Monday.
I'm saying I'm aligning with your
Belle Reve and Old
snobbery.
Warson have a lot of them?
I'm saying they don't do
Not a
charity.
lot, but if they are to have one, it would be on a Monday.
Not a lot of charity events.
Not a ton, but if they're to have one, it would be on a Monday.
That is correct, but Martin's point was that they have a lot of them.
No, they do not.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Thank you for the delicious take. Wins since May 2nd. Colorado Rockies 3, Scotty Scheffler 3. That is a meme making its way around
big time, yeah.
social media. Scotty Scheffler winning again yesterday, Doug. You combine that with the Byron Nelson and then the major championship, the PGA. He has won 3 tournaments since May 2nd. The Colorado Rockies have won a total of 3 games since May 2nd.
That's right. I see ESPN says for this upcoming series, Colorado at Miami, there are tickets as low as $2.
Ooh.
At some point, they're going to say, we'll give you $5 if you'll show up. $2 for a major professional sporting event. Yeah. How would you go about fixing that if you're Colorado? What in the world would you do to climb this high a mountain to get back to being a contending team?
I think it's obvious. Bring Mo home. The native of Colorado is going to be a free agent this offseason, Doug. And after these Cardinals fly into October, he's a free agent. There you go. Bring him back to Colorado. Where it all began.
Do you think he has any interest in doing that? Okay.
No.
But I've seen that actually discussed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's say they do have a winning or a surprisingly good Cardinals season. His stock around the league might actually be up. Wouldn't that be crazy? If
I just get the sense.
No, I don't think
and I know you know him better than I do, but I get the sense that he is done as far as the baseball. I could see him being involved with the baseball team in business, but he is done with the baseball side.
I was being facetious, but that is where it all began.
I've seen it. That's why I'm asking the question.
Because he was with Colorado. He's from the Boulder area. Right. He was with Colorado. That's how he threw BP because he was left-handed.
Right.
And then there was another Wikipedia story that he told Bryn Smith a good place to go fishing, and then Bryn Smith kind of liked him. Then he moved up. So he had a little Colorado on the resume. I was being facetious, but wouldn't it be if I were honestly if I were the Rockies, I'd consider anybody and everybody at this point to come in and just take over.
You'd think it would have the potential to be a major career killer for anyone.
Correct.
They'll get somebody who's desperately seeking that job as GM or something on their way up, some young guy taking a chance, getting in that fraternity of baseball GMs. But, boy, if you have a record like this, I don't know how any of them get jobs again.
The Cleveland Browns would always find an old name like a Mike Holmgren and give him $10 million a year to come in and just fix everything. Ron Wolf might have gone there. They just pay you a ton of money to try and change a crappy organization.
Member guess is Thursday to Saturday, moron. You said I lied about being out of town, Jack. That's from Harrison's Brother Master.
I don't, what? I didn't say you lied. I don't talk about you. Don't think about you.
And that was Justin Timberlake as Sean Parker in The Social Network. Am I correct on that?
You say he didn't think about you?
Yeah.
I don't remember that part.
Doug, can you pull that audio?
I don't have that audio.
The Ronald McDonald is at Meadowbrook today. That's from Linda Sniffer.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I think
good on Meadowbrook for hosting that.
There you go.
Yeah. I think our a guest upcoming is playing in that. BT.
Oh, is that right?
You just text me about it, yeah.
Oh, God bless. Nice. Brad Thompson's going to join us here in a matter of 5 minutes on the Stiefel dossier here as we are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Martin, you know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling? Sponsor of the email today. $50 for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
It should be enough that you get to win an award.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Design Air. Hey, it's going to be hot today, hot tomorrow, then it gets cold. It's unbelievable. The range of temperatures, and that means at your home, the last couple of months, you've probably been flipping on the heat, then you flip on the AC. You want to make sure that entire unit, HVAC unit, is working properly. If you need a tune-up, need a repair, there's only one place to go. That is designairservice.com, the website where you can set up the appointment. Ask for the handsome repairman. Was it Kevin, was it? I forget the name.
Jake was the guy you liked, Doug?
Jake?
Well, I didn't like any particular guy. It's just this.
I think it was a listener that said it. Designairservice.com is where you can set up that appointment. A company that's been around for more than 100 years. That means they're going to be here down the road. So any issues, you call them. They're here. They're family-owned. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation family-owned business, owned and operated right here in the STL. Sometimes those companies that are successful, they get bought out, and then they just kind of keep the name on it. Not this situation. It's still the Goldcamp family. It's designairservice.com for heating and cooling needs year-round.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor of the email today, longest-run sponsor on TMA, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Brad Thompson with us coming up next. This is TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, do you remember the show Around the Horn? It signed off.
I do, yeah.
Martin, what did you say, 10, 11 days ago? Tony Reale. And they would do errors and omissions on Pardon the Interruption, and then he would host Around the Horn. And we need to tend to the line, you know how much I've read about you? Nothing. And that was Justin Timberlake in the film Social Network. However, Yasiel the Boy Puig says, Tim, you're thinking of Don Draper, but either way, you're right.
Oh, come on.
Either way.
Darn it.
Sean Parker of Napster?
Yeah.
Recruiting Mark Zuckerberg for Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great scene.
But you don't remember it.
I don't remember the exact dialogue. You know, Sorkin written.
Don't just say Sorkin.
Oh, you know who I'm talking about when
I know.
I say Sorkin.
Let's say the first name.
Aaron Sorkin.
Okay.
Nice. Now Doug's fine.
Dense, very dense dialogue. So it sometimes can be tough to pick up on individual lines.
All right. Let's see what Brad Thompson thinks about it. He joins us right now here on TMA. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
We're wonderful. We hear tell that you might be ball striking today.
Look, I might end up setting this phone down in about 2 minutes to tee off on a par 3, 8th hole at Meadowbrook. Beautiful day, Ronald McDonald House charity, and I haven't hit a green yet. So
oh, no.
You guys could be lucky.
Are your playing partners displeased with the lack of ability from a professional athlete?
Yeah. That's you know how this works, right? That's exactly what happens. They think, all right, good, got a former pitcher, like this guy's going to be a stick, and I have no touch. I've hit a few good drives, and then after that, it's downhill.
Well, hang on. You're playing right now, even as we speak?
Well, right now I'm light golf talking as my group is teeing off.
Oh.
And I got a feeling they're going to put it on the green. It's an interesting one, too. It's 2 3-man scrambles on the same hole. So I'm playing on Team Diamonds Direct, and we're hitting rockets.
Nice.
But you're not really contributing.
Nope. I'm here for the fun.
Fair.
Have they ever said, I thought you'd be better? Do you ever get that?
No, they haven't said it. It's the
implied.
eyes that I get. Like, it's just like I've seen it. I'm seeing it right now. They're looking back at me. And just tell them.
Talking about you. Man, this guy pitched in major leagues. Huh.
Yeah, it's like you're not going to you're not a great golfer, and you're going to talk in our backswings. That's super.
And then you tell them I got to call into TMA. They're like, wow. Another letdown.
Yeah.
I will say some TMA fans in the group, so they were okay with
Doug. How about that? True believers. Brad Thompson with us here on the program. Doug was advocating for retractable roofs. You travel around the major leagues. You've seen a lot of ballparks with them, of course, plenty without them. Are you pro or anti-retractable roof?
Oh, I'm very pro retractable roof. I think that we should all spend a few more $100 million and get that retractable roof. I think that is the play for every ballpark.
Because Busch Stadium's forecast is a little rough this week, and that's why Doug brought it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. And Doug, I need to ponder that for an extra 2 seconds right here. You guys talk amongst yourselves, okay?
Oh, nice. This is like a coffee talk on Saturday Night Live. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. How Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal was neither new or a deal.
Get the hole.
Oh.
4.
Yell
you really hear getting the hole and then 4.
Yeah, no, it was actually closer to the people that were watching where the green is. We have some ball watchers that almost got to watch one really close.
Well, you didn't stand over the shot very long. That's a quick shot.
Yeah.
Well, look, I wanted to be halfway professional and get right back to this interview.
Look at that. I appreciate that. Mr. Siders is texting in, Brad, and he wants to know how far you hit your stock 7-iron because Jackson, unfortunately, at 27 years old, is only able to carry at 140 yards.
That's not 140.
So it's funny you say that. I just hit a 7-iron, and I went way too far. I would say, what do you think that went? 175? 170, 175, something like that.
Wow. But Jackson, this guy's a professional athlete. You can't be despondent.
Who's just quoted saying that people are surprised how bad he is.
Yeah, but still, just because of the former athlete thing, like relatively not as bad as average Joe,
Right.
Tim, look at the 618, another wealthy a-hole golfing. Brad is out there at a charity event.
That's right, giving his time.
Still calling into this program.
Yeah, just helping out, trying to raise a little money. Jeez.
Just for the radio update, I'm pin high-ish, just off by about 40 yards. No big deal.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
The short
Start
chip
playing
in.
a little bit more. We're going to get those sights set in.
Right. It's a good miss.
Okay.
How about those Cardinals? Are you upset that they didn't win a series, Brad?
Nice.
Doug says it doesn't matter.
Is that doesn't matter mode again? Still with the team playing pretty good?
No, I said that
series don't
whether
matter.
you win a series or not doesn't matter. It's how many wins you get over the course of the year. That's how we judge a team.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very fair. And as you know, you win more series than you lose. You're in good shape. You'd like to have taken 2 of 3. You got DeGrom yesterday. That's going to happen every once in a while. But just very encouraged with the way this team is playing, especially coming home now. The 19-8 at home. I mean, one of the most dominant teams at home. Should be a great home series too, or home stand with the Royals, Dodgers, Blue Jays. So kind of everything that you want right now. You're playing good baseball. Hopefully Jordan Walker's a short stint on the IL with his wrist issue. That's the way that Ollie has kind of talked about it. They don't expect him to spend much time there. So all positives aside from dropping 2 of 3 to Texas.
Yeah, the offense has been really good so far this year, but boy, they sure did get shut down in Texas. Four runs in the 3 games combined. The Rangers must really have some pitching.
Well, thank goodness, too, for Sonny Gray. I mean, Sonny Gray stepped up big time in the lone victory, the 2-0 shutout, and punched out 10 like he was awesome. There are going to be some times like that. You run into some pitching. Obviously, you know what DeGrom has been, but their pitching staff is much more than that. The numbers have been good for them as well. So you're going to run into that. The biggest key is, what adjustments do you make? How quickly do you bounce back from a game like that, a series like that? And that's one thing this team has proven themselves able to do is make those adjustments pretty quickly. So I think that Brant Brown, his hitting staff, does a really good job of just the day-to-day, right? It's the preparation over the results, right? If your process is good, the results will end up being there. And that's kind of the way that they attack it every day.
Are you in the golf cart now, going to your ball or walking? Or
No, I am standing greenside. Partner Marlon here just put one about 5 feet away from the pin. Great chip, nice and easy. So I'm actually going to put my wedge back in the bag because that's not needed now. And we're going to drain a putt for par is what we're going to do. And you might be thinking, par 3, isn't somebody on your team on the green? No, we're not. We play around the green. We're more of a let's find the hardest way to the hole, but it's been working so far.
Okay.
I like this pairing, and I like their attitude. That's what I like. I like quite a bit. Hey, on Walker, which you brought up, Brad, Ali Marmol said he was hoping it's going to be a short stint. What was going on there, and what do you think was this a long-term process leading to it, or was it more of a traumatic injury?
No, it's my understanding that it was just more of something he started feeling as he was swinging and going through it. And look, you got a 23-year-old kid who is you need all the power that he's got, and you want to be smart and get ahead of it. So if you could put him on the IL for 10 days and then allow him to get strong, allow him to just feel healthy again, then you do it. Because he was starting to get into a better spot. His swing decisions were better. Was starting to drive the baseball more consistently. But you have to be smart with it. And I think that's something that they're trying to do with him. So this is not something that looks like a long-term thing or something that's going to linger. I think that's what they're trying to stay away from with that is the ability to get him out of there and then let him heal up.
Are you surprised how good the Cubs have been? I mean, they're tied for one of the best records in the National League, and they're, 15 over, something like the Cardinals have played well, but they're 4 back. What did you expect from Chicago?
You know what? On paper, they were supposed to be the best team, right? And it started out the season, you weren't exactly sure what they were going to be. But they're good. I'm very surprised by the Cubs' offense, to be honest with you. Pete Crow-Armstrong is a star in the making. I think that he's got great energy. They love him. Pitching staff is going to start getting healthier and healthier, which is a big help. But the Cubs have been great. I can't wait to see them. I mean, you know how fun those games are with those two teams head-to-head. So I feel like the Cubs are kind of where people expected them to be atop the division. The Cardinals, for the most part, I think nationally certainly, but even locally, have been a bit of a surprise. And I still think it's going to be a battle down the stretch. But, yeah, the Cubs, Craig Counsell got that big old contract. People weren't sure what to think about that. I still don't know what to think about that. It's a big-time deal for a manager. But he's got his guys playing some really good baseball.
Are you going to have to putt, or has someone else on your team made that little 5-footer?
No, they finished it off. We made the putt. Did we make the putt? We made the putt.
All right.
No big deal.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
nice and easy. That's when you trust in your teammates, guys. Good things happen.
Okay. Got your par.
We got a lot of pars. Not too many birdies on our scorecard. We did start on a par 3, and Doug, I'll be honest with you, nobody in my threesome got it near the ladies' tee. We all kind of duffed it.
Gosh.
It's a bad start to a tournament. All of a sudden, those vibes that you had, you're excited, you're ready, and then it's nervous after that. But it's gotten a lot better.
Are you more nervous golfing in front of a crowd or pitching when you were in the big leagues?
I could not even imagine, and maybe you guys have done this, I could not imagine hitting a tee shot with a gallery. That, to me, would be pitching in front of 50,000 people or something you're used to doing. You're just standing there. It's white noise, right? That's just kind of what you're used to. When you're doing something you're not used to doing, like hitting a golf ball, and you have a row of people, like I would love to have a simulator, like there's some sort of a Disneyland type thing where you could do that. You hit a golf ball and it just shows you how many people you mangle. Like I think that would be a fun thing to do. Same thing I'd like to see, like what it's like to be an NFL running back, and you're like getting in the helmet and going through, like finding the hole. Like I think that would be fun, but far more nervous hitting a golf ball, even at a scramble that means nothing, because I always feel like somebody's judging me.
Tim, I'm not allowed to mention when I'm getting text, right, on my phone.
That's correct. I believe
it's the Martins Edmonds-esque.
I missed that. Who'd you get a text from?
No, Matt Holliday wants to know if you've mentioned that you want a green jacket, and I don't know what that means.
Oh, wow.
So I have not mentioned that yet. That's actually a good call. Now, won or purchase, those are two different things. But playing in Baltimore, as Matt and his great family were there watching Jackson come down after the game, and he's standing in front of the Baltimore Orioles family section. And I'm coming down rocking my green jacket. It is very Masters green. I mean, was it on purpose? Yeah, 100%, to look like a Masters jacket. And I think that you have to dress for the job that you want. I want to be a better golfer, and that's what I'm trying to go for with that green jacket.
Oh, okay. So he saw you in Baltimore wearing a green.
He saw me in the green jacket, and actually from probably 50 yards, he goes, "No way you're wearing a green jacket," is what I got down the hallway. And then everybody looked at me, and I felt nervous again. But, you know.
Well, and this is also a bit of housekeeping. Matt Holliday is going to join the show once a week. And so we were texting about timing or whatever, and I said, your boy Brad is on now. And he said, can't possibly follow that. So he's going to be on tomorrow.
How about that? What an endorsement, Brad.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I like that. He was busy today. That's probably a nicer way to say that he was busy and didn't want to join you guys on Monday.
That's correct.
But I love me some Matt Holliday, and I look forward to listening to him with you guys weekly.
How about him sitting in the section by himself? It's raining in Baltimore. There's like two people at one of those games. Maybe it was the Wednesday game. And he and Ethan, they're sitting in an entire section. There's nobody there. It's raining. Could we not get the man upstairs in a box?
Yeah, I agree. Look, he was a gamer in that way. Because I asked him, I go, hey, how's the food in your all-inclusive section? He's like, no, we're sitting in normal seats. I go, what is normal to you, though? Normal's different to Matt Holliday than it is to other people. But no, they were out there. They were being gamers. He looked horrible in that Oriole stuff. But other than that, it was a proud parent watching his boy.
Well, we're going to take him to task. We're going to rip him to shreds for wearing the Orioles stuff.
Are you? Do you guys want me to hit another drive really fast?
Yeah, let's see what you got here. We're on number 9.
All right. Are we on number 9 here, guys? All right, number 9. Okay. This is where I've been okay. I'm going to leave you guys on speakerphone. Hold on 1 second.
Doug, this one plays slight right to left, and if memory serves,
is it right to left?
The driving range is on his left.
You probably know Meadowbrook pretty well.
And you stuck a 6-iron, I believe, to like 3 feet when we played Chris Nagel. Yeah, exactly.
I'm starting to wonder if his group now hates this call. Fair assumption.
I can't hear it.
think they're just.
I hit it well, but don't know where it went, guys.
Oh, no. Yeah.
It's part of the game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all about
We're thinking
distance.
left side, fairway? No big deal, guys. Fairway.
Look at that. Nicely done.
Nice,
Brad.
Well, we're happy for you.
So this is my contribution to the team. I've annoyed them for the last 2 holes, but they're gamers. I'll tell you that right now.
This is the beginning of a Sunday charge on the back 9. Very gettable 10th hole, Doug. And then they're going to birdie the par 5 11th. I like where this team is trending. I am buying teammate Marlon and Brad Thompson, the Diamonds direct pairing at the Ronald McDonald Tournament at Meadowbrook. Or as the 6-1 hate called it, Martin, just another rich guy golfing.
Yeah, he was an a-hole. Yeah. Wealthy.
Yeah. Brad, we always enjoy the conversation. Good luck on the birdie here coming up on number 9.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging with me in a round of golf, and I'll talk to you next week.
Thanks,
All
Brad.
right, then.
There he is, Brad Thompson with us.
Not easy to do
striking.
an interview and golf at the same time.
But he was able to pull it off.
Right, he sure
and
did.
also make an endorsement of retractable roofs for you.
Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't it be great?
Jackson doesn't want it.
To never have to worry about the starting time or a rain out.
Or having a good-looking ballpark.
Oh.
This is great radio, guys. Keep getting these great guests, Martin. So I booked Brad Thompson.
Hold on, it sounds like that was a compliment.
No.
It's from Harris.
How do you know?
It's from Harrison's brother.
That's how you know
that.
That's how you know.
Previous text. Oh, great. NBA talk to movie talk. Yay.
Imagine.
Time to take a break was texted in earlier, I believe.
You can email in the morning after.
Jackson's analyzing a sports talk show. Stop. Just stop. In all caps. So there it is. The body of work from one master.
Yeah, and he's got member guests this week, and he's flying to Cabo tomorrow, so he is busy. All right, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, design, air, heating, and cooling email. Today, the program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. EA Sports, who hosts Madden NFL 26, just came out with their cover, and Saquon Barkley, doing his signature leap in the Kelly Green Eagles uniform, is now gracing the cover of the 2026 iteration of the video game. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Earlier in today's program, Doug, somebody wanted to change their text inbox name to Pink Pony Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what this song is about? Am I guessing correctly?
Yeah, that's the reason I played it.
It's not what the song...
I wish.
By the Pride of Springfield, Missouri area's Chapel Roan.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to join us.
Surprise guest, maybe.
Oh, is that right?
Martin, are you working on Chapel?
I'm going to write that. How do you spell that?
If they don't like Steve and Wildwood.
Yeah, Chapel Roan's going to join us as a surprise guest, Doug, so be ready for that. Okay. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, so you can email into the program. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the program, and then you get the Collier and Thompson phone line. 314-974-0101. There is, I mean, intense anger in the Air Comfort Service text line about that Sports Center update.
Well, the update was a guy's picture on a game.
Yeah. This just in.
What the hell Sports Center update was that? That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
What would you have preferred, Mr. Horse?
Quite the scintillating Sports Center update. That's from Cold Meatloaf.
I don't know what to tell you.
It was a disappointment to a lot of people.
It's a pretty good-looking Madden cover. Saquon Barkley's on the cover. Kelly Green uniforms. A little hurdle action. This is what I saw.
How do you decide the update content?
Whatever I see, I don't know, 12 to 14 seconds before I turn the mic on. Well, I think they're like Cardinals, NHL, NBA stuff. Like, yeah. And then I've already done those too. So what else you got? Like Doug said, was reading the headlines from ESPN. I did that. Wouldn't say the most dense.
No.
Not stuff that would necessarily pertain. Not that Saquon Barkley on the cover of Madden pertains to really anybody, but the Jazz are hiring Danny Ainge's son away from the Celtics as the president of the Jazz.
Oh, my. If that comes your way in the 10 o'clock hour.
You know, the westward
Feels like
expansion.
you could always say, Cards are off tonight, looking forward to a series.
Well, Andre Palante will be on the mound as they begin one of their most extensive homestands of the season.
But I already did that, and I saved that for I do that at
But
the beginning
the
and
audience
end.
cycles on and
So I do it at
cycles on, cycles off, Martin.
I do it as the last
Reset.
update. I do it as the last update
Reset.
as well.
In case you missed it, we talked to Pestis in the 7 o'clock hour. We debated the value of a series win. We heard Mike Francesa's love of a granola bar that he stumbled into for the first time in his life.
And we're getting to just now Keith Hernandez scolding Gary Cohen on the SNY broadcast of the Metropolitans, and they were able to negotiate the challenge that is the Colorado Rockies in their 9 wins. Take a listen, Doug.
All right. Hit the lever, please.
By Blue Chew. Chew it and do it. And by your local tri-state area Audi dealer.
What did you mean by that?
I just read the copy here. I try to give it a good read, try and give the advertiser everything that they paid for, Keith. And then it's somebody else's problem. Mickey Moniak is 0 for 2, and he grounds one weakly on the right side for Acuna. And he makes the play 1-away. I mean, I did read it well, didn't I?
Oh, you always. You're a champ. You're a pro.
Base hit.
Little knock. Little Bengal.
Not for Mickey Moniak.
No, Mickey Moniak. Him making contact is actually like a hit. He enjoys a strikeout.
Weak uniforms, too, on the Rockies.
You're just taking the Rockies to task today.
I think that could be what sparks their resurgence. So a little uniform change. Lose the pinstripes on the home whites. Get rid of those and update the font.
Probably ought to update the pitching, too.
Yeah. What's more important? It's much more controllable.
And you guys may get into this in the 10 o'clock hour. I'll just tease it a little bit, Doug. We have a sentence for every single major league team to describe them. The Colorado Rockies. Tennessee has Rocky Top. Colorado's hit Rocky Bottom. And now you're wondering, all right, Martin, what are they saying about the Cardinals? The pleasant surprise of the 2025 campaign. There's that pleasant gentleman, pleasant surprise. We like a good surprise.
So it's a sentence about this current season, not just the franchise in general.
Yes.
Try.
Okay.
Try
that.
All right.
There you go.
Martin's got onboarding here. It's 10 o'clock, so he will be heading out for onboarding. And he has deep teased what is in the Stiefel dossier for our 10 o'clock hour. You can email in. You're going to win $50 if you win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. Straight out of my pocket. Win Tim's money. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You also can talk about it at YouTube.com/TMASTL. It is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, 95 calories. Michelob Ultra, presenting sponsor of the Dotem, which was a glorious couple of days at Oak Valley Golf Course this past Thursday and Friday. Michelob Ultra, thank you to their sponsorship of the tournament and also their sponsorship of the YouTube channel here on TMA. It's youtube.com/TMASTL, where you can watch the program and talk it over with Tiny PP, Iggy, John Scores, and MD 2020. They're all in there, Doug, and they're all talking it over. 10 o'clock hour coming up next. Martin is heading to onboarding. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour here on the program. Doug, one sentence to describe every MLB team. How would you describe the St. Louis Cardinals to date?
This is describing them this year in one sentence.
That's correct. To give you an idea, here's the team they're chasing. They're 4 games back of the Cubs. The Cubs' highest scoring offense in baseball, but trading for some arms is all but inevitable.
The Cardinal. Didn't Martin already read what the Cardinals was? But it seemed like it would be something like a pleasant surprise this year. Can they really keep it up for the rest of the season? Question mark.
That's a bit pleasant surprise. The 2025 campaign, as Martin said. Elaborating, Detroit having the best record in baseball after 2 months is unexpected, but it's not exactly shocking that the Tigers are good. St. Louis, on the other hand, entered the season at plus 360 to make the playoffs and plus 12,000 to win the World Series, identical to the Pirates and only ahead of the 6 other teams everyone expected to flirt with the 100 losses. But the Cardinals have been a revelation in the playoff hunt, even with Sonny Gray is kind of okay. Wilson Contreras sputtering through the worst hitting season of his career, and Jordan Walker continually failing to live up to his prospect days hype. They might mess around and win this division if any of those 3 players turn things around. That is from Bleacher Report.
Yeah. I guess you'd have to say this is Arenado's worst hitting season also.
Certainly following a trend over the last year and a half, 2 years.
He's down to what, 215?
Yeah.
No, 228. 228 out of Arenado. That's not a lot for a guy who's making, what, 30, 35 million a year. That's not a lot.
And will make, even if the Cardinals were to fall out of it, a trade that much more difficult to pull off. It wasn't happening this offseason when the Cardinals were quite transparent about it, much less this season with the offensive numbers. However, I think, as one would point out, if there's something that's a signature to the 2025 Cardinals so far, it would be the defense. And then you mess around with that if you were to part ways with Arenado.
Yeah, so I expect he'll be here all year at this point. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of demand for him right now.
Prediction area for Ryan Helsley still being a Cardinal.
I would say no.
Right. So that you are on no. Martin is on yes. Doug is on yes on Helsley being a Cardinal post-deadline.
And if there's anybody, I lost money on Arenado being here. What was the bet? The start of the regular season?
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to take on wagers on Helsley being a Cardinal, I guess August 15th, if I can get that.
Okay.
I do not believe he will be a Cardinal.
All right. Well, I think it all depends on how they do here in the next month or so, obviously. If they're in it, I don't think they trade him. And if they've fallen 7, 8 games out, I think they probably would.
I think almost no matter what. They're certainly looking at options. I mean, you never know what's being offered, but I think they're absolutely taking calls on Ryan Helsley. You'd have to think.
And he's a free agent after this year?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, well,
that's the whole point.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I thought the point was here's a guy that's got some real value and you're rebuilding.
No, I think if you were under contract for a couple of years, the whole conversation changes. But that's the whole reason why it's in play. Tim, let's go. Bet. That's from Manlove. No problem. Let me know what you want to bet.
Okay.
Manlove. Doug, you bet with Manlove often?
No, I steer clear of that.
Betting with Manlove?
Mm-hmm. Having anything to do with Manlove.
Tim, over under Scotty 7.5 majors. That's from Harrison's brother master. Doug,
has it got 3 now? 4?
Yeah.
3?
3.
7.5. That's a good number.
That's a nice number. If that might actually be the betting line. He won yet again. The issue is you sit there and you say it and you go, well, yeah, inevitably, but you have to understand within the next 2 years, there's going to be some guy that you haven't heard of who won't necessarily be as good as Scotty Scheffler, but he'll be in the mix.
Right. Like when Koepka was sitting there with 4, at that time you would have been like, oh, yeah, he'll get 4 more. But you're exactly right. You don't know who's coming. Like I think at that time, Scheffler was on the Corn Ferry Tour when Brooks was winning his.
And that also operates on the premise of health, And of course it always does, but to win 5 more majors despite as good as he is. But yes, his numbers per day to golf are the first time we've seen anything close to Tiger Woods and his 2000 season, and that's just because of how tight that shot dispersion is. He was trailing by 2 going into Saturday, and this was before the round started, and he was plus 300, and I thought, I must be missing something here, because, and it's no shot at Ben Griffin or Nick Taylor, but I'm just like, Scotty Scheffler is going to win this more than 33% of the time, so I didn't understand the number, and I was wondering if there was something that I wasn't aware of. But when it was all said and done, he did kind of walk away with the Memorial yesterday. They're in Canada this week, and then the U.S. Open following for Scotty Scheffler. The betting line is 9.5.
9.5?
Yeah, I heard them say that on No Laying Up.
By the time he shuts it down, he'll have 10. I would take the under on that.
Tim, I will not bet you on whether or not Helsley will be here, but I will just give you money next time you're over here with Ash and Wellington. That is from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Just going to give you a pocket full of cash.
I guess. I don't mind it.
As like a tribute,
Doug, Luke Clanton is coming. That's from the president of Special Projects.
Who's coming?
Luke Clanton.
Well, I can't wait till he gets here.
He's already here.
Oh, he's here. Okay, good.
You can find out who else is here by calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Doug, you know anything about Collier and Thompson?
I do, and you should know something about them, too, if you're looking to remodel your house in any way, because they are the ones you can trust in St. Louis. Time and again, Collier and Thompson has meetings with potential customers that have met with others first. For some reason, many people looking to remodel their home are very frustrated trying to find a remodeler that is responsive and trustworthy. Home remodeling is one of the biggest investments you make. Besides the home purchase itself, my friends at Collier & Thompson only want the opportunity to meet you and talk with you and tell you what they can do for you. Check out their Google reviews. See for yourself how responsive and trustworthy Collier & Thompson is. Here's one of their many 5-star Google reviews. This is from LJ. Don't have the full name. Maybe Larry Jordan. LJ. Collier & Thompson was great to work with. We did a full kitchen and master bath remodel. Super pleased with all the phases of their operations, from initial meeting to the final walkthrough. Heather, our designer, was very invested in our project and listened to our wants and provided expert advice all along the way. All kinds of 5-star reviews with Collier & Thompson. That's how you stay in business since the 1950s. They do it, and they do it right. Any part of your home needs a little sprucing up, needs an update, Collier & Thompson is there to make it happen for you. This is a company you can trust. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Send your emails in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, coming up at 10:45. $50 from me to you for the win for the first design, air, heating, and cooling email of the month of June. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here to talk to you about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. They walk me through all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you're going to see that they are the better choice. They truly are a design company. They can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. Call them 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, I'm soliciting bets on Ryan Helsley being a member of the Cardinals August 15th.
Okay.
Or after. And then somebody wants to bet, but I don't follow this bet. Tim, I will give you even money anytime Rockies and Pale Hose play for either of them to win. I have been parlaying their opponents for 2 weeks.
He's betting on these clubs to win.
And he's betting on their opponents to win.
Oh.
So betting their opponents and parlaying the 2 games. I gather. I'm trying to understand it because I'm like, oh, is this a positive EV strategy that is being introduced? I mean, for as bad as the Rockies are, the White Sox are dreadful, but they're not getting much attention because the Rockies are so bad.
Mm-hmm. No one a bigger fan of that than the folks on the south side of Chicago.
Absolutely. For the record, the White Sox, Doug, are 18-41, which is a 30% winning percentage, 305 to be exact.
Not bad.
But they have twice as many wins as the Rockies.
Dude, this is we're in the Gilded Age.
It's the Gilded. How is this the Gilded Age?
Yeah. The Mets, Yankees, Dodgers, Padres, whoever will spend ungodly amount of money. They're Vanderbilts and Rockefellers, Carnegies, and these other teams are just, blue collar, face covered in
mean potatoes.
Living
in tenements.
Yeah. Please, sir, may I have another? Like that kind of stuff. Like it's just like, it's turning into Premier League soccer, but at least they have relegation to keep teams from just tanking and being terrible. Like the Rockies, they're seeing this. They're going to be like one of the worst teams of all time, and they'll be the exact same thing next year. There'll be nothing that changes. The Pirates have been bad forever. The White Sox have been bad since they won in 2005. All right, they had a moment there when they first hired Tony when they were like young and kind of fun, but that didn't last.
Yeah.
Like and then there's no repercussions to being this bad?
Well, I mean, there are.
Yeah, I mean, being that bad and being where you're at the standings, probably low attendance.
Right.
But it's not like the ownership is ever going to be in possibility of like you have to like spend some more money or else we're going to say you can't own the team anymore.
Yes, baseball's economics and how it's just accepted as the way that it is one of the great dogma of sports. I don't get it for the life of me. I mean, the fact that the Rockies are in last place, is that alarming? The White Sox are in last place. Is that alarming? The Pirates are doing what they have been doing almost every year since Sid Bream was that Spanky LaValliere, Doug?
The catcher.
They had a couple of years where they were decent in there, but I mean, we're talking about 3+ decades. It's just the same damn thing. So what, the idea of a salary cap is not in play for the Players Association. But if there were to be a salary cap, then I think it's only fair that there would be a salary floor as well. But yeah, you just have teams just kind of showing up and going through the process. And then, hey, let me wager with anybody also, in addition, that the A's will suddenly start spending money when they get to Las Vegas.
Right.
So it's kind of a marketing thing. That's what the Marlins did when they moved into that new ballpark. That didn't work out, and they immediately had their second fire sale in the organization's history.
That's a hard one for me to understand why the Marlins haven't been a bigger hit in Miami. Because there's so many players that come from that area. Mm-hmm. It's largely a Hispanic town, and nobody loves baseball more than Hispanic people. They play all the time. Youth baseball's huge down there, and they just could care less about the Marlins.
You know what they have?
What?
Retractable roof.
You think that's it? They didn't care much about him when they didn't have a retractable roof.
That's fair. Football stadiums are also bad for baseball. Mm-hmm. Those also don't help. But, yeah.
I don't think it's a stadium issue. It's not usually a stadium issue.
It's not a stadium
issue. It's a team not good issue.
Although their stadium, I've been there, and that's an experience. I'll tell you that much.
You didn't like it?
No, not at all. It didn't feel like a Major League Baseball game in the slightest. And the retractable roof stinks. I'm looking up the attendance and finding out what's the highest attendance for an retractable roof.
If you want to bet it today, Doug, you would bet the Marlins. They're taking on the Rockies. And Jack Flaherty and the Tigers are taking on the White Sox. If you were to bet $100 and both those teams were to win, you don't have to give any runs, you would win $124.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, for something that is, at least if you do it in a vacuum, not likely, because you have to have two teams win. So you got, again, in a vacuum, 50% chance. That, of course, is not what it is when you consider who the opponents are, but both have to win, and you're only receiving 24% return for both winning, then that would strike one as potentially being a bad bet. But I gather, as this texter is saying, that is what he has been doing for weeks, and he's being paid handsomely. Might not be a bad strategy, to be honest with you. They're only going to keep getting worse, too.
If you're doing something and indeed making a lot of money, do you usually tell everyone else about it?
On TikTok.
Oh, man.
Oh, Jackson just got hit. Jackson just got activated.
It's people who have no idea what they're doing are just telling everybody how to live their lives. And they're always in like these, like a park. I don't get it. They're like in a public setting. And
What's wrong with your algorithm, bro?
There's like 18 people. I can only imagine what their story is. Gathered around some 23-year-old with a ridiculously aggressive taper haircut.
What does that mean? Is that Christian Leitner? Do they call that a Wade edge? Is that
I don't know what they call
Wade edge?
It's like they have like a big normal hair, and then on the side it's just high and tight as can be.
And you don't give them credit because of their haircut. Why?
It doesn't help.
Look what Chairman Kurt's sporting.
Yeah, but
are you
way
attacking?
longer on the top. Like I'm talking like and
aggressively tapered is what the man called.
Yeah, and they're for whatever reason they're all gathered in a park, and this guy's like telling them how to make $1 million, and I think it's all just selling courses.
What I've noticed is there's always somebody acting like they're being interviewed, but they're not really being interviewed, and they're looking off to the side like they're on camera doing an interview, and they're just giving life advice.
That's what I've seen.
And I got to get that out of my algorithm.
Me too, man. I see that too, where it's like, I'm like, what podcast is this? Like it's a podcast for like
And you see a lot of this?
Selling doorbells, and that's...
I don't see the one with the aggressively tapered haircuts.
They're in the park. They're in park, and there's like 18 people crowded around. I was like, what kind of weird-ass meetup thing is this?
TikTok rise and grind mentality, baby. That's some big tough.
Oh, yeah, God. It's like some guy out there, he's like, I only sleep 3 hours a day, and I've lived the equivalent of a 70-year-old man. It's like you're probably, the liver's probably failing, or something probably wrong with you if you go and get 3 hours of sleep a night.
Wasn't it pretty easy just to flip right on past that?
Yeah.
If it's something you don't like?
Yeah, but sometimes I like to embrace what's going on.
Oh, do you?
It's wrong of me.
Well, that's why you're seeing more of it, because you're watching more of it.
I got it.
You create your algorithm. Doug, listen to this for me.
Okay.
You create your algorithm.
Okay.
So you must like these guys with the aggressively tapered haircuts.
Or it's like some golf lesson where you have to they're like, bring out a folding chair, sit in that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm. Have you seen the guys on TikTok making a run at betting Angel Reese to miss her first shot every night?
Yes.
Is that right? Are they on a heater?
It seems like they've hit a handful in a row, from what I can tell.
Have
you seen the bros telling other bros good night yet?
No, you brought that up. What was that, last week?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty into it, though. I like the idea. Just calling up your buddies and telling them, wishing them good night.
Who does that?
It's on TikTok. It's a trend.
Really? Have you tried doing that here?
Mm-mm.
No.
I spoiled it by saying it on air, else I would have got you.
Yeah. You just call someone and say good night.
Yeah, and just I'm getting ready to tuck myself in. And
what
just
time would you make this
sweet
call?
dreams. Sometimes I'm in bed by about 8 o'clock.
Oh, gosh. Really? It's still light outside.
That's tough this time of year, yeah. After the dotem on Friday, I came home. I got home around 4:30. Took like a 3-hour nap.
Ooh.
And then I thought,
And you get up at 7:30. It's light out.
I thought, I'm screwed for going to sleep later tonight. Spoiler alert, I was not screwed. I went right back to sleep.
Did you?
And slept the rest of the night?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
What time did you get up?
On Saturday?
Did you get up your 4 o'clock thing?
No. I think about 6:45 on Saturday.
Okay.
Man.
It's a lot of sleep.
Yeah, it's about 14 hours there, Chairman.
Yeah. Did you MC the awards on Friday?
Yeah.
At the end?
It was just a little thing. Here's a long drive winner, and here's a closer to the pin winner, and a drawing. Yeah.
Minus 11 got it done, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. With minus 16 winning on Thursday, just shows the importance
16?
of course conditions. Yeah.
Wow. My grouping came in 11.
I thought you guys were going to be live.
Yeah. Left a couple out there. Really fun, though. I had a great time. We played with you and your father and your son.
Yeah, I guess you didn't, since you weren't on the program on Friday, I shared with the audience the intensity of my...
Is he over it yet?
Young playing partner. Yes, he has moved on, but during the round, I'm going, God, I got to make this putt. Not because I really care, but because I don't want to hear about it when we get back to the cards.
Oh, it was really funny. Yeah, because like when you tell him you guys got a par, he'd be a little upset.
Yeah.
And then he told me a bogey, and that the number went higher. He was not happy. It was very entertaining.
I mean, I have if I were playing with another person who was upset about our score in a scramble, I'd be like, oh, I got to find my way out of here at the turn. Like we're dealing with a live one. And yet I got this going on in my cart with my son. God almighty.
Yeah.
He really expected to win the whole thing?
Well, I don't think he necessarily grasps. So I think he thought we were playing against
my
Jackson.
Grouping. Yeah. And there was, of course, 15 large.
And there was $15,000 on the line.
That's a lot of cash.
But yes, there was a lot of intensity in the pairing at the Dotem. But minus 16 won it on Thursday, and then with the wind up and the conditions a little wet on Friday, that led to lower scores. I took an Adderall at the tournament and met the guy at my new house for internet, and then went to a concert at Ballpark Village until 11:30. Had some Steve in Wildwood.
What? Met the new guy at his house? The guy he met on the internet?
After being on Adderall. So he took an Adderall.
And was on the internet, met someone, and then got together and met him at his house?
Installed internet?
Yeah, he says the AT&T guy.
Okay. Installed internet.
Okay.
And then he went to a concert, and that's the end of the text.
That's right.
Why do we need someone's schedule?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it is nice.
Steve seemed to be in the illicit drug realm for the Dotem over the weekend.
Oh, really?
He was offering you some magic mushrooms, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, he did. I'll take a pass on that. I like regular mushrooms.
Yeah.
Oh, I love them.
Let's see. Settle a debate. Sharon and Clayton wants you to settle a debate, Doug. The videos featuring the large speed bump and random vehicles being launched off it, starting very slow and then going to 300 miles an hour. Hub says they're AI. I think they're real. Thoughts? What is it, real or fake? Sharon and Clayton.
I know what she's talking about. That's from it's like a video game. It's like a simulator. They're not actually destroying. They're not sending cars 300 miles per hour off cliffs.
You couldn't. Well, no.
I mean, you could, but that would. Can you imagine the money you'd spend on that?
I don't know that a car would even go 300 miles an hour off a cliff.
Well, I think some external factor. This is regardless. That's not real, Sharon. But appreciate the love.
If you're doubting it, it's almost always fake.
Yeah.
If you have to ask the question, it's probably fake.
It is becoming harder and harder to tell these days, in fairness, and I will say that.
Big Tuft is sending in pictures of aggressively tapered haircuts.
Let me take a look.
I like that haircut.
Yeah. That looks like more like the Christian Laettner, Wade edge.
Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what Big Tuft, and I know this is great radio because no one can see. But yeah, that's right. Like a ton of hair up top and then nothing on and I mean nothing on the sides and back. I have a similar haircut. I just got my hair is cut.
And so you go to a park, have 18 people sit around, and you scream at them why they're not rich?
That's essentially what I think is going. There's a real business model there. I don't get it. I don't understand how, who.
So I could head over to Francis Park, tell 18 guys to show up, and I'm going to scream at them about why they're not
you have
rich,
to have someone there
and
to,
then we put it on TikTok?
You have to videotape so that you can put it on some guy telling you, why you don't, asking, why don't you have a private jet at age 27? That's what goes on. Someone's like, if you don't have a Lamborghini by the time you're 23.
Stop watching this video. Stop it.
You're a failure or something. I was like, oh my God. Gotta get out of here.
I don't know the years, Tim, is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and says, trade Helsley and anybody else you can. Doug and Pestis can console one another while the club builds for the future. MD 2020 says, I agree. Dump whatever you can. Get good value out of it. This is not a World Series contender in my humble opinion. That's from MD 2020, and I don't know the years, Tim, in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
We always just assume when they says get good value out of it. No kidding. We always just assume they're going to win the trade, rather than we traded an all-star closer and got nothing in return. But boy, we're rebuilding.
Would you
If you can get something for him, great. I understand that. But it's not as easy as just, we'll trade everybody and then we'll be a lot better. It doesn't always or even usually work out that way.
You think a package with the Pleasant Gentlemen, Lucan Baker, and Michael Ciani changed that a little bit?
Wow.
Well, I'm saying on top of Colorado. I'm not saying you're just going to a la carte sell Ciani and Baker. But if you're to package that with Helsley.
If you're those two guys, wouldn't you love to get traded to Colorado?
Luke and Baker over Siani, yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Chance to play every day.
Anywhere where you can play, you'd absolutely take.
Yeah. No, it's really nice to think that we're all smart enough that if we traded these guys, we get somebody that would really help in the future. As often as not, it doesn't work. You get nothing.
The thing about St. Louis sports over the last couple of decades is that the 3 championships have come in years in which at the midway point, you would have never thought they would be championship seasons.
Right.
2006, 2011, and 2019. Right. You know? And so what were outliers, I think, has normalized that which is actually a minuscule chance of happening. But the thing is, if it's happened 3 times in your home market, understandably, fans, and I think in particular with the Cardinals, ownership thinks that it is more often to happen than it's not. But, you know, the 2025 Blues didn't win a championship, but look at where they were, the Four Nations break, and then look where they got to. And you sit there and go, okay, well then maybe the buying and selling thing. So I gather it can get down to something as simple as this, which is where I think the Blues were probably with Shen, although I think Shen had something to say about it. If they, blow us away with the offer, okay, I think that's where they were the previous year with Buchnevich, and then they wound up signing him, then we'll take a look at it. But if not, now we'll just hold the course because, who knows? Especially with playoff formats that invite those that aren't necessarily dominant during the regular season.
Right. And in case of baseball, and you've talked about this a lot, is, now that the playoff format kind of rewards something like that kind of thinking of like just get in, just get hot at the right moment, and then a baby might get one, And that wasn't the case in 11 or 06 in terms of playoff formats. So now it's even more so.
If those are the rules you've been given, and you can't hope to spend with some of these other teams, how else would you approach it?
Right. And that's the thing. Is like you look at the Cardinals might be good enough to make, but like, who's going to beat the Dodgers in a 7-game series? It happens. The best team doesn't always win.
It can absolutely happen, though.
Yeah, it can absolutely happen. But when you're like,
but if you were to say at the beginning of the year who's going to beat the Dodgers regular season wise, that to me, now of course the Dodgers have had an absurd amount of injuries, and that's where you can get into the outlier. Kind of like when we were talking about Scheffler and Majors, that's where you can get into the outlier. But that's a 162 game sample size, which reduces the amount of variance. But this stuff,
right? No, I guess I see what you're saying, but like. I think you look across, you're right. Like you can't spend with those teams, so you try to do it creative ways.
So you have the just get in philosophy.
Right.
That's the best you can do.
Or you can be the Rockies. Just stay out.
Will the Rockies win 20 games in 2025? We're
they've got to. They've got to.
If they don't win 20, how can you should legit be relegated if you can't win 20 baseball games in a 162-game season.
Well, who are you going to bring up in their place?
Memphis Redbirds, Savannah Bananas.
Well, that would be more interesting.
The backflip catch is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Kansas City Royals right here in St. Louis. That's going to be a 6:45 p.m. first pitch with Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Doug, this is going to be it. $50 on the line for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I'm vacationing in the Hamptons this week, and this is my gift to the audience, $50 of cash for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Chairman, I see a lot of emails in here and a lot that are still in the inbox but haven't made their way over to the filtered file.
Yeah, I think, what do we got in there? We might have double digits today, Doug.
They want that half a C note.
That's right.
9. I got 9 in the filtered.
We have time to read 9?
That's why I made sure to break early.
Okay, all right.
$50 on the line. I want the best of that. I don't want any time restraints on this.
Okay.
I want to set the stage for a big month of June. All right?
No shenanigans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Where's the music?
Right here.
Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. You ever sit down too quick and pinch your sack?
Oh, gosh.
Hot start.
Thought he could get $50 with that.
This is from a lady.
That's well.
Sure it is.
Well, that's what happened to my future sixth ex-husband yesterday on the St. Louis Country Club patio while enjoying his McKernan 12-year in Monte Cristo cigar. I hadn't felt this guilty since the time he smelled the Han bomb on my loofah after a night of infidelity and penne vodka at our favorite Italian diner and nightclub. You see, he's your standard off the rack 42 waist, 28 inseam. That's like a weed wobble.
It's a basketball.
Yeah, it's
42
42 waist, 28. It's like 5'7", 320.
You're not a 42 waist, are you, Jim?
No, we're not up there
You're
yet.
36. I bet you're 36.
If I'm not careful, I'm going to be a 38 soon. But
Then what's the inseam?
30 is a little long.
30. Oh gosh, 38, 28. That's where you're
36, 30 will fit me fine.
Okay.
I might roll cuff the bottoms.
Yeah, you can cuff the bottoms.
Yeah, like you're a greaser.
So there's a lot of skin to pinch, but that won't stop me from doing the hanky-panky with the caddies. Any hoodles, make sure to get your monogram loafers and charcuterie boards before they're gone. Act Down will throw in a free Golf Widow hat with your order of $5,000 or more. I truly can't get rid of this stuff if I tried. Just take it, please. By appointment only, Doug. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. January 2025 email of the month winner, Ladue, Missouri 63124.
Okay.
It's a big signature.
Self-made, stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Let's see. Greetings, meat bags. I'm the newly deployed Inside STL Integrated Email of the Day AI assigned to infiltrate private fan pages of itty-bitty, teeny-tiny mid-market internet shows just a smidge bigger than the Cabbage Patch doll costume jewelry. Sunglasses Iggy wears unironically. As requested, I've compiled your top conversational hits. Hey, fellas, it's that time again. Please Venmo me $30 for a rigged bourbon raffle to support my uncle's interpretive non-binary dance troupe in Branson, sponsored by the Teamsters, which predictably gets 0 likes, comments, or even accidental photo of Cletus's halfway house with rotted onions on the nightstand.
Ew,
and then
what?
there's this twice weekly. Anyone know if Buc-ee's sells Red Hot Riplets scented condoms on Sundays?
After 11.
And my personal favorite, got any tips on the Peruvian offshore sunrise horse race? Because nothing screams, got it all figured out, like dumping your toddler's 529 into a malnourished colt named Beverage Alcohol, which just so happens to be the name of the fourth member of Jackson's posse behind Oatmeal Space Bar and Service Merchandise. My mission is simple. Transform this digital cul-de-sac of cholesterol into a full-blown content machine powered by expired Bud Bash drink vouchers and working human survival passes. Coming soon, a predictive model with AI-generated replies. This show isn't what it used to be. I'm never listening again starting next year. And a members-only Substack for men who still introduce themselves by their last name and argue about which meat rub has more paprika. Quick system update. If the show simulcast the yard sale and the audio sound like it's being transmitted through a Pringles can in a Metrolink tunnel, don't panic. That just means they're on remote again from a golf course in the parking lot of the Jack in the Box off Lindbergh, asking the assistant manager if they can, quote, plug in. Sincerely, that's from the email of the day, AI. P.S. I've discovered all your wives are all in a separate Facebook group titled My Husband Refuses to Stop Comparing to St. Louis to Kansas City, and it's tearing our family apart. We're staying at my parents' house until he agrees to stop using the phrase loyal to the soil. Doug, it's breaking up marriages.
It sounds like it. Email of the day, AI.
Peace and love, peace and love. Really appreciate Doug saying the quiet part out loud this morning when he opened the show with the following. The new safety nets at the CYC fields really cut down the dad-on-dad action. So let me get this straight. Jill takes a foul ball for fake lips, and now we all have to suffer? No one cares that you have to drink your LaCroix through a straw for a couple weeks, sister. We're trying to see what the word is. We used to be a country, a proper country, where a foul ball would go behind a tree and two bricked up dads, both holding on to their second marriage like it's the Screaming Eagle, would chase after the ball and go at it like two mice in a wool sock.
Oh, a wool sock?
So now I'm supposed to just stand there and try to catch another man's eye the old-fashioned way by approaching the gentleman, complimenting him on his 5-inch inseam shorts that are definitely trendy for a guy in his 40s, and make basic bitch comment like, hey, man, I think the NFL will ever come back. Nah, fam, it doesn't work that way. Thank you, Doug, for speaking for all of us. That's Al, and he's in Dadeville.
Al in Dadeville.
This show is the Rockies of sports radio. I mean, let's talk about it. Scrappy second baseman who can't make a throw from second to first. A pale right fielder whose ADHD keeps him from focusing on the simplest of tasks, such as hitting play on a YouTube chat camera.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
An over-the-hill veteran who once was banging homers off Hall of Famers, but now needs a PAP machine. CPAP, I guess? I just said PAP.
I don't need that anymore.
Oh, nice. What happened?
I got off, yeah.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
My number went way down.
Oh, that's cool.
That's actually big news. Tip of the cap. CPAP machine to get to sleep at night, and some new veteran that no other team wanted, but fits in well with the other failures on the team. With this kind of roster, we are looking to finish dead last in the Barrett Sports Media rankings. We're making history, boys. This is our time. That's from Tiny PP.
Tiny PP.
I have an idea for a new radio show which feature 5 guys without a plan or any discernible talent. If you tuned in at any given time, you'd probably think these dudes won this job as part of a contest. And if these guys ever tried to do a remote broadcast, neither the audio nor the video would work correctly. And if that show tried to do another remote from that exact same location a mere 20 hours later, somehow the audio would inexplicably malfunction again. I love listening to loud echoes, ear-piercing feedback, and even 2 shows at once, so hopefully they'll be able to pull that off. This new program should probably feature some kinky, like a nervous pale who enjoys rubbing his mom's feet with fried chicken grease.
Oh, wow.
One of the guys should sneak out of work early, too. Not once or twice, but every single day, like the opposite of quiet quitting. It should be very public daily quitting. Maybe another guy could sit way back in the corner of the room at a little Fisher-Price desk in case uncouth Hoosiers want to call the radio show to share an unhinged monologue monologue that nobody asked for. And here's the best part. The audience would begrudgingly listen for 4 hours a day, even though they hate absolutely everything about the show. Do you think something like that would work in St. Louis? That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Misconnection. I walked past you in the Aldi filet mignon freezer. The only words I can use to describe you is very handsome woman. Your musk was a blend of honey-baked ham and lilacs. Your body hair danced in the forest air like Shakira on Valium. You left no note besides the post-baloney wind you broke, leaving me with nothing more than a ghostly whisper in my ears and a few stray waste particles in my nostrils. If you find this, you can meet me at a bedding brick and mortar in Brooklyn. I'll be sleeping on a cardboard box outside awaiting your gaze. Peace and love. That's from Shrimply Pibbles.
Shrimply Pibbles.
Bagger Vance is trash. Jackson has just lost all respect from all golfers and most listeners. Jackie, watch the movie again without your pretentious East Coast private school goggles on. Bagger overcomes so many obstacles and lives on as the hero we all deserve. Jackie wouldn't know a good movie if I bit him in the ass. That's from Brant.
Brant?
Brant.
That came from Brant.
He's new.
Your name sounds like a sound.
Your name sounds like a sound.
Yeah, 3, 2,
You don't
1.
like the name Brant?
Oh.
Guys, Plops here. Great job with the golf tournament as always. I didn't play in it this year, unfortunately. I didn't play in it last year, any other year, come to think of it. Anyway, I was watching the live stream, and as soon as the broadcast wrapped up, Doug stood up from behind the table and walked to the front of it so he's on full display on the live stream. Guys, he was wearing a skort. You know, those short skirts with athletic shorts built in so your minge doesn't hang out? That's what he had on. Cute, sporty, and perfect for walking up and down the fairways, farting into the breeze. I did end up coming down there just to hang out. I wandered the course for a bit and something strange happened. I was on the 7th green, which backs up to that patch of woods. As I was walking alone from deep in the trees, I heard psst, psst. Guy was in the woods trying to get my attention. I noticed what looked like a little path into the wilderness, so I followed it. Back there, I found a portly gentleman with a shaved head and a hot dog cart. He said he was selling hot dogs for charity and that he wanted me to make a donation. I pressed him for more information because something seemed odd about the whole deal. He said, you make a donation of $10 or more, and I eat one of these hot dogs. I told him I wasn't really interested, and he said, fine, I guess we can blame you and your cheapness when I have to furlough Darren Atkins again. I said, Darren Atkins doesn't even work here anymore. And he said, shut up, I'm the director of finance. I make the rules around here. Confused and a tad upset, I walked back to the course, and there was Doug waiting for me near the cart path in his skort and his Jackie O sunglasses. He grabbed my hand. We wandered the entire back nine holding hands, waving to the guests while that skort flew up in the air. Guys, you look like Marilyn Monroe out there. That's from Misty Plops.
Misty Plops.
And finally, if the Cardinals lose a series in an oversized warehouse, getting outscored by a combined score of 21-2, but the rubber game was broadcast on a Shishwali app that nobody watched outside from a geriatric blind man who bitched about the commercials he couldn't see, does it count as a series loss? The Doggies picked up their first league win since March 15th with the game-winning goal coming via spot kick in extra time. But we're not going to talk MLS. Well, at least not until Chris Kerber spends 10 minutes teeing off on the MLS broadcasters instead of previewing the Stanley Cup Finals because Curbs doesn't realize you can toggle to the local radio broadcast on the Apple TV MLS Season Pass. That's correct. There is an option on the Apple TV that you can listen to the radio broadcast.
I think it might only be for home games, though.
Oh, is that right?
I think so.
The Pacers eliminated the Knicks in 6 with Pascal Siakam depriving Timothy Chalamet, Jenner Kardashian of any more opportunities to look like a courtside douche. And what's the media in this town talking about? Some 71-year-old podcasters doing live reads for granola bars. Up next, we got Timu Roger Ebert here to tell us how much a movie he hasn't seen is going to suck based on the number of cameos in a 2.5-minute trailer. Libby Jack said these rebooted sequels to popular comedy films from 30 years ago don't work, then immediately followed that statement with, it'll make Netflix a ton of money. Seems like they work then. Even Fletch Lives banked 4 times its budget. What doesn't work is the YouTube feed on TMA remotes when Libby Jack is present. Even Libby Jack admitted the presentation would have been fine Thursday if he wasn't there, but rather than elaborate, he just said it's a long story. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Somebody's going to win $50, Doug.
Well, there were some good ones in there. Some really good ones.
And the $50 incentivized the players, and they responded.
I'm going to go with a fellow by the name of Al in Dadeville. Thought he had the best one. Al in Dadeville.
Are robots eligible? Because I like email of the day AI.
I'm going with the JV golf coach.
Congratulations to Email of the Day AI. You have won.
Damn it, Lucas.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. What a win for Email of the Day AI. 100 West Dental was present, closest to the pin competition on number 9 at the Dotem. 100 West Dental. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. They're located on Manchester in Baldwin. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. They have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.